Well, for today, we will have 3 facilitated sessions. And after that, we will then have a closing session. But there are videos as well in between that we'll be playing, starting this morning. There's a video on China-spawned cities that we'll start off with. But in the meantime, I assume and hope that the first panel for the day is ready with the facilitator, Mr. Jay Bagwan, who's here, spoke to him earlier in the morning, and the rest of the panel members from Russia, Mr. Maraya Sinichich, from China, Mr. Gong, from Department of Cooperative Governance, the Director General, Mr. Mbulelo Changan, and from the Africa Water Investment Program, Dr. Frigis Ileslasi, Mr. Alex Simalwabi, who will be also from the Africa Water Investment Program. Sorry, Dr. Frigis Ileslasi is from the World Resource Institute. And Mr. Desigan Naidu, he was a panelist yesterday. He will be coming back as a panelist this morning, Presidential Climate Commission. Dr. George Siwane from the University of Johannesburg. And then from Brazil, via video link, we'll have Mr. Leonardo Picciani. So what we will do is we will ask the team to screen the video, and immediately after the video, if we could have the facilitator as well as the panel members come to the front and then run with the rest of the session, the first session for the day. If the head of Department of COCTA Eastern Cape is already in the room, and the head of the Department of COCTA Mpumalanga is already in the room during the screening of the video, if they could come to the principal's office here in front. There is a small matter that we need to discuss with them. Enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
老旧小区是书写在城市里的方言和乡音，生生不息，造就城市气质。如何改造有记忆、有乡愁的老旧小区？重庆从读懂乡音心声开始。整巴适意味着办事妥帖、精益求精。重庆市按照国家部署和住房城乡建设部要求，全力做好老旧小区改造这一重大民生工程、发展工程。住房城乡建设部门牵头，统筹推动城市。
哎呦，哎耶，哎，那很逗。
安逸是重庆人民对美好生活的共同心声。屋面漏、环境差、功能缺，几乎是所有老旧小区的通病。实施改造成了老百姓盼望的安。两江新区邢家桥社区征求群众意见1000余条，支持率由最初的23%上升到100%。坚持改是基础，治是关键，完善长效管理机制，以改点亮民生之安，以治厚知民心之意。渝中区双岗路小区，修鞋匠易师傅经营了40年的摊位没有拆除， 社区居民大多是中老年人，修鞋补鞋是长期需求。经营了40年的摊位早已成为社区的一部分。该小区在街道社区带领下成立物业服务中心，昔日的老旧小区蝶变为美好家园。
老旧小区改造啊，要靠我们大家平和一个人同意的。
老旧小区改造，钱从哪里来？重庆充分借鉴社区家宴模式，各出一盘菜，共办一桌席，这被重庆人称为打平伙。九龙坡区红玉坡项目吸引社会投资3.57亿元，投建馆全过程运营，形成可持续改造模式，支持市场力量参与，打造长租公寓品牌，满足新市民、青年人等群体住房需求。雄起是最具辨识度的重庆乡音，焕发社区活力，推动城市品质提升，成为重庆老旧小区的雄起目标。这种雄心让原本沉寂的老旧之地更为炽热有光。南岸区南平正街新街打造城市记忆超节80街，创意集市、夜市经济等新商业氛围在改造中被点燃。任何一个老旧小区都不是孤岛，改造小区必须走出小区，串点成线，连线成片，站在城市之上全景维度考量。沙坪坝区环磁气口片区将老旧小区改造与防洪排涝、文旅发展等有机结合，展现水清、暗绿、景美、城优的风貌。重庆的老旧小区正在无边界、无差别融入到整个城市，踏上时代的节奏，奔向新一轮的雄起。
Can you hear me? Good morning and welcome to everyone to the second day and the first session dealing with building urban water resilience in cities. My name is Jay Bhagwan. I'm from the South African Water Research Commission. I've been there close to 30 years of the 50 years of the organization. So they call me the deadwood, I think. But we have a very esteemed panel of friends and colleagues that, we have worked together. I think collectively, there's like 300 years worth of knowledge. And we're going to share that with you today. So let me call the panel today that's going to talk to the subject with great authority. From Russia, it's Ms. Maria Sunishits, and she's going to be with us on a video link. Then we have from China, Mr. Gong. Are you here, Mr. Gong? If you can come up. Thank you. And Mr. Gong is the director of the Research Institute of Urban Water Treatment and Engineering. Then we have our DG, Mr. Mbubelo Shangana from the Department of Cooperative Governance. Yep, welcome, sir. And then Dr. Akilu Fikresi Lasi, sorry about the pronunciation. He's the Director of Thriving and Resilient Cities at the World Resource Institute. Mr. Alex Simalabwi, the Head of Climate Resilience at the Global Water Partnership. I believe he's having some struggle getting here through the flights in the morning, so he might or he might not join us. Then we have Mr. Desigan Naidu. He's the adaptation lead at the Presidential Climate Commission, but also my former boss that I used to report to at the Water Research Commission. And we have Dr. George Sibani from the University of Johannesburg. And George has had this equal amount of airtime in the water sector as myself. I think we started around the same time, working on various issues in water policy and implementation. Then we have from Brazil, Mr. Leonardo Picciani. He's the Vice Minister of Environmental Sanitation. He's going to join us by video link if the technology works. And finally, we have a special guest, Mr. Johan Lubbe from the DBSA. Johan's just been appointed as the head of the Water Partnerships Office at the DBSA. So he's going to share with us a lot of the new stuff that is happening. To give you context about why building urban water resilience in cities is very important. We've been hearing that the urban population boom, which will see nearly 2/3 of the world's population living in cities by 2050, this is going to pose a very unique resource and infrastructure challenge. We can't keep going further and further to find water. It's going to be a finite resource, as the population grows. But with population growth, the changing lifestyles, you start seeing increase in pollution, wastewater, and accelerating urbanization will continue to widen that gap between the demand for water and available supply, especially in urban areas, and disproportionately affect informal settlements, where the majority of some of the BRICS countries' urban population resides. So what it says is that if we don't solve, the urban resilience issues, inequity will continue to grow, we need to be mindful of that. With the increasing impacts of climate change, BRICS cities must urgently protect their water supply, ensure equitable access to clean water and sanitation, protect residents against shocks, and enable climate-resilient growth. This requires substantial and innovative investment programs. We have technology, we have innovation, but we need creative financing and investment to make this happen, to make water resilience projects, actionable. Better infrastructure funding, finance, and maintenance. And funding and finance mechanisms are thus emerging as a key bridge, as a stimulus, towards closing this investment gap. So why it matters, that we give attention to these financial elements and funding issues is that water is and will remain an essential to human and environmental health, and is central to many economies and economic activities, including industrial production, agriculture, and energy. Addressing water resilience presents opportunities for job creation, economic stimulus, well-being, as well as protecting the environment. Urban infrastructure builds equity, gives dignity, especially to the most vulnerable in our city's informal settlements. And water scarcity and flooding is also a critical risk for both human life, environmental health, and business and industry in cities. Just to leave you all with the thought that, we keep getting caught up with the climate issue, and a very learned friend of mine from India keeps reminding us and teaches us. And she says, the urban water crisis is going to emerge as a result of population growth, fueling urbanization and growing poverty. The climate issues are just going to exacerbate the situation, and we need to be prepared for that. We don't have to fight climate, it's there. We'll have to find solutions around it. And I think the video was very aptly presenting the pathways we should take around community buy-in, around community belief, and using innovation to solve many of these challenges. So with that, I want to welcome you all to the session, and I'm going to pose some very difficult questions to my panel members, because what we're trying to engage national government leaders, policymakers, city leaders, on how we can learn from this wisdom, this knowledge that we have on this panel in terms of tackling many of these issues. So with that, if there's any dignitaries or any important people, all protocols observed. I should have started with that. Thank you for your attention and being here as well. So the three questions I'm going to pose to this panel is: what are the key challenges and opportunities for attracting investments to enhance water resilience in cities? What financial mechanisms are being utilized in your cities or in your organizations to fund water resilience projects? And if you can provide some good examples of how urban water resilient initiatives are happening in your country, in your city. So with that, three questions. I hope you all got that clearly. I'm going to start with Ms. Maria Sinicic, if I can pronounce it. Is she online? If she's not online yet, we'll come back to her. Someone must just let me know that she will be online. Okay, so then we give the privilege to start she's there. Welcome, ma'am. Did you get the questions? Did you get the questions? Should I repeat it for you?
Спасибо. Я слышала вопросы, и цель, которую вы обозначили, важность воды для общего развития городов, наряду с другими задачами городского хозяйства, стоят действительно, занимают особое место в стратегии отрасли коммунального хозяйства Российской Федерации. Мы уделяем внимание сегодня инфраструктуре, водоснабжения, водоотведения и водоснабжения. Для России большая система централизованного горячего снабжения. Какие главные проблемы мы ставим перед собой? Это главным образом реализация комплекса мероприятий по модернизации, аварийность до высокого износа сетей коммунальной инфраструктуры. И это сегодня существенный сдерживающий фактор России для нового строительства. Ключевой задачей является обеспечение устойчивого развития и модернизация инфраструктуры. Существующий рост объема инвестиций и приоритетное использование бюджетных источников. Что касается решений, в России с 2019 года действует программа «Чистая вода». Она направлена на решение задач по обеспечению граждан России чистой, качественной водой. Цель обеспечить все 100% населения страны. За 4 года с начала запуска программы уже введено в эксплуатацию более 800 объектов. Это и вновь построенные объекты, и реконструированные. Благодаря успешной реализации удалось уже обеспечить более 80 жителей страны, а для городского населения этот показатель составляет уже 94%. Это прямые субсидии бюджета, которые могут быть направлены на все ступени структуры системы водоснабжения. Это источники водоснабжения, система хозяйственного водоснабжения, техническая и водопроводная сеть. Мы оцениваем состояние системы по 4 параметрам. Это аварийность, качество услуг, уровень расхода на обеспечение ресурсом и наличие резервов мощности для развития нового строительства. Основные мероприятия, которые мы используем, это Центр компетенции экономической политики и модернизации инфраструктуры, обследований, оценка предлагаемых технических решений. Организован мониторинг, единая платформа по всем реализуемым мероприятиям, капитальному ремонту, акция по аварийности, оперативная система. И, конечно, главное – это финансирование данных мероприятий. Финансирует систему модернизации инфраструктуры из разных источников. Это и прямые субсидии, это займы государственные, фондные, это рефинансирование проектов за счет внутренних источников, целевых фондов по модернизации инфраструктуры. А также важным аспектом является тарифная политика государства и концессионные соглашения. Практика государственно-частного партнерства в системе водоснабжения сегодня является приоритетной задачей, позволяет за счет сокращения бюджетных средств большее количество инфраструктуры. Есть практика крупных компаний, которые работают целые большие города и на более 10 лет реконструируют и эксплуатируют данные объекты. Как я уже упомянула, единая цифровая информационная система, которая сегодня работает на сбор данных по всей стране в сфере коммунальной инфраструктуры. Система имеет название «Умный город», и система позволяет осуществлять оплату услуг для жителей, проводить голосование в виде собственного жилья, подавать заявления в органы власти в режиме онлайн, получать исчерпывающую информацию о жилом помещении и выполнять другие. Во всех регионах организованы сегодня аварийно-диспетчерские службы, которые работают обеспечивают бесперебойную работу объектов предприятия без присутствия обслуживающих. Собирает подробную информацию о работе в процессе сетей водоснабжения и объектов. Что касается научных разработок, большое внимание уделяется подходам. Сокращается объем потребления воды на человека и ужесточаются требования к качеству воды, повышение барьерной роли водопроводных сооружений. Существующая классическая у нас двухступенчатая система сегодня дополняется методами, такими как озонирование, сорбция на активированном уровне и мембранное фильтрование. Для утилизации остатков сточных вод внедряется метод по компостированию осадков ила, что является наиболее экологичным способом. Утилизируется полный объем осадка, и этот процесс отличает низкая стоимость и частота внедрений. В конце выступления хочу подчеркнуть, что наше взаимное основано на основных принципах в части свободного доступа потребителей к безопасному водоснабжению, повышению качества предоставляемых услуг Привлечение внимания общественности к проблеме использования водных ресурсов, партнерство в области управления водными ресурсами и использование современных методов. Я благодарю за возможность выступить на мероприятии. В зале сегодня присутствуют мои коллеги из Института развития Дом РФ. Мы вместе работаем над улучшением коммунальных систем в России. Я приглашаю всех ознакомиться более подробно с этими технологиями и работой корпораций в сфере водоснабжения в России. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We do have a very big panel, so just a little plea to my panel members that you have about 6 or 7 minutes, if you can, so that everyone gets a good chance to respond. So we now call Mr. Gong. Is that how you say it, Mr. Gong? Yeah.
好，女士们、先生们、朋友们，很高兴来到德邦，跟金砖国家的各位代表交流韧性水系统建设方面的情况。我跟大家交流的题目是践行海绵城市理念，提升城市水系统的韧性。第一，海绵城市的提出。我国大多型季节气候显著，降水量主要集中在6到9月。洪涝灾害一直是对我国社会经济发展最为严重的自然灾害之一。我们也深刻地认识到，气候变化带来的极端暴雨是城市未来可持续发展的巨大的挑战。2013年，在中央的城镇化工作会议上，习近平总书记首次提出了建设海绵城市的理念。他说，解决城市的缺水问题必须顺应自然，要优先考虑把有限的雨水留下来，优先考虑更多力量利用自然力量来排水，建设自然集存、自然渗透、自然净化的海绵城市。中国自古以来就有离水营城的理念，强调道法自然、天人合一。中国的海绵城市理念是在传承中国古代治水的智慧，同时也吸收国外的一些先进的经验，由习近平总书记首次提出，是提高城市水系统韧性的有效的途径，也是解决当前复杂的城市水问题的中国方案。海绵城市呢，以一种全新的理念来解决中国城市发展带来的问题，通过海绵城市的建设，使城市在适应环境变化和应对自然灾害等方面具有良好的韧性，实现城市的绿色发展、安全发展。第二，我们的主要的做法，从2013年习近平总书记首次提出海绵城市以来，今年正好是10年。这10年间，我们主要采用了6大举措来推进海绵城市的建设。一是政策先行，2015年，中国的国务院办公厅发布了关于推进海绵城市建设的指导意见。二是规划引领，2016年，住房和城乡建设部印发了海绵城市专项规划的编制办法，来指导全国各地推进海绵城市专项规划的编制。第三，完善技术标准体系，在国家层面制定了海绵城市建设的技术指南、海绵城市建设评价导则，同时对涉及到建筑、道路、给排水专业的10项国家标准，按照海绵城市的理念进行系统的修订。第四是进一步创新体制机制，建立全周期的管控机制，包括规划、设计、建设到运行维护的各个阶段， 也积极地引进社会资本参与治理，通过合同管理、绩效考核、按效付费等措施，确保海绵城市的整体成效。第5个主措是试点探索和示范带动。中国共遴选了30个试点城市、60个示范城市，一起90个国家海绵城市的试点示范城市，在技术创新、运作模式、管控制度等方面进行有益的探索，形成了一系列可复制、可推广的经验。第6是以评出建，通过城市的自评估、国家的第三方评估相结合，然后以评出建来保证我们建设的成效。第3个部分是中国海绵城市建设的目标和主要的任务。“十四五”期间，我国提出坚持统筹安全与发展，将城市作为有机生命体，把建设海绵城市、韧性城市作为我们的主要的目标。提出到2015年，我们各个城市要因地制宜地形成源头减排、管网排放、续排并举、超标应急的城市排水防涝的工程体系，城市排水防涝能力显著提升，内涝治理取得明显成效。到2030年，中国的城市建成区80%的面积要达到海绵城市建设的要求，主要有5个方面的具体的任务。一是实施雨水的源头减排工程，在城市的建设和更新中，也积极落实蓄、治、渗、净用排的措施，提高我们硬化地面中可透水面积的比例，尽量保持改造建设前后雨水的径流峰值和径流量不增加。第2，提高城市水基础设施的韧性，进一步实施管网和泵站的建设改造，加大排水管网的建设力度。新建排水管网原则上应达到国家建设标准的要求，因地制宜地推进雨污分流改造。第3，要给水以空间，实施合乎水系和生态空间的治理和修复，保护和修复江河、湖泊、湿地等水系空间，保留天然雨洪通道和蓄滞洪空间，依法划定城市的南线，落实用地空间和竖向管控，也要合理的利用城市的绿地、广场、运动场等公共开场的空间，作为多功能的雨蓄调洪的空间。给水流作空间要构建连续完整的生态基础设施体系。第4是进一步提升应急管理的能力，强化城市排水防涝设施的日常维护，建立健全城区水系、排水管网和周边江河湖海水系联调联排的韧性机制，加强专业应急队伍的建设，加大宣传及教育，提高公众的防灾避险和自救互助的能力。同时也要积极利用新型信息化技术，加强智慧平台的建设。第5个任务是进一步加快构建流域区域洪涝统筹的体系。因为城市排水安全和城市的防洪和周边的大江大河、区域河流水系也是密切相关的，必须做好防洪和排涝的衔接，要统筹干支流上下游主要岸防洪排涝和沿海城市防台防潮等要求，合理确定防洪标准，设计水位，完善防洪工程体系。就是我们要用系统的思维，要用统筹的方法来推进海绵城市的建设。最后我想说的是，我们也愿意同金砖各国的朋友一道，相互学习、交流、共享，积极探索韧性城市、海绵城市的建设，提升城市水系统的韧性，共同推进城市的可持续发展。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Gong. You make us very envious when you share such an impressive case study. We'll now move to our DG, Shangana, from the Department of Cooperative Governance.
Thank you very much, Jay. I thought that the best way to deliver your request and to respond to your answers is to do a quick PowerPoint presentation to demonstrate two things. One, that out of adversity, resilience can be achieved. The two cities in South Africa that have dealt with quite a number of problems around water, it is the city of Cape Town and the city of eThekwini. Let's start with the city of eThekwini. The city of eThekwini, can we move the slide? Oh, I can use it here. Okay, this is not moving, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to start here. The city of eThekwini has had a number of attacks, if you like, when we use that word, attacks. In 2017, floods. In 2019, floods, plus COVID. In 2020, it's COVID. In 2021, it's riots. 2022, it's floods. So this is a city that has been dealing with adversity for a very long time. And they're wiser now than before. If you come to the war rooms where we work with the national officials from the Department of Water and Sanitation, from National Treasury, from the Department of Cooperative Governance, you will see that these are officials in the city of eThekwini who understand exactly what needs to be done. Obviously, there are still some glitches and we still have some challenges around supply chain. I just wanted to demonstrate this. They have designed a strategy to deal with all of these challenges, and I'm not going to go through all of them. You ask a very simple question: what will it take to attract investors? In any other city, the only thing that attracts investors is security of water supply. Behind that security of water supply, there is water resource management, there's water reticulation management, there is pricing. In this country, we've got a three-tier system of pricing, which is raw water pricing, bulk water pricing, and reticulation or retail pricing. Now, we wanted to demonstrate all of these examples around floods. You can look at how they've been coping and how the energy sector has been affected. I'm not going to take you through all of this. I think you have seen most of these in various, most of these pictures in various networks. You can read it yourself. It's in the pack. Can we move to the next slide, just again to demonstrate what Durban has been dealing with in the area of water and sanitation? Can you open the next presentation quickly? I thought the best way to demonstrate your, to respond to your question would be demonstrate some of these pictures and also the work that we're doing. Here again, I think you've seen it, what eThekwini has been dealing with over the years, floods after floods, but this is the part that is more important in dealing with eThekwini. They came up with a framework, an approach that made it extremely easy for them to manage some of the challenges that they have been facing since 2017 around flood prevention and also managing the network. There's community engagement through information management. There's personnel, the right people in right places. You deal with equipments, the right equipments to deal with floods, facilities as well. You can go through all of this. We don't have enough time, but I wanted to share this with you. There's more to read in detail about this framework. It's explained properly in more slides, but I don't want to go through all of that because we don't have time. But this is just to show you what this city where you are has been doing over the last 7 years. We still drink water from the tap. If we still drink water from the tap, it is because this city has been working. And they've been working to refurbish the infrastructure. They've been working to restore the network. You can read all of that for yourself. Let's go to Cape Town. If the city of eThekwini is more resilient now around water and sanitation, it is because over the last 5 years, they have received waves and waves of attack from the floods. If you go to Cape Town, we all know what they've been dealing with since 2016. The famous story of day zero. This is the Cape Town network. I think most people are familiar in this room, the South Africans in particular. This is your water resources network, the dams, the canals. Cape Town sources its water from the Department of Water and Sanitation. 73% of Cape Town water comes from the Department of Water and Sanitation because all of those dams are managed by the Department of Water and Sanitation. You remember the headlines in Cape Town around 2016, day zero, critical zone. At some point, we were told we are left with 121 days before day zero. But if the city of Cape Town came up with a good resilient strategy, water resilient strategy, it is because of this. It is because of the drought. But we're not out of the woods yet because Cape Town has not diversified its water resource properly. They still rely more on surface water. I think almost 90% of the water that they are using in Cape Town comes from surface water. There isn't much of desalination. There isn't much of groundwater. So we would want to get that water resource diversified. And this graph is only showing you the dam levels since 2000. And it shows you clearly that Cape Town is still a water scarce city. So they need to invest in diversifying the water resources. Again, these are strategies that were shown to deal with water challenges in Cape Town. I'm not going to take you through all of the slides. And again, these are the commitments that they've made post the drought. And these are the projections, 2040 projections that they are making. And I still think that they are very conservative because, as you can see, surface water will still contribute 75% of the water resource for Cape Town. The message that is coming out of the studies that we've done is that droughts will be more regular. The droughts will be more severe, and droughts will be of longer duration, and there will be less water. So we are being warned. Data is meaningless if we're not going to use it to change our policies and change our programs. Thank you very much.
There's a lot of information you gave there for the delegates. Let us move on. I see the time is also a problem. We move to Dr. Aklilu. Sorry about the pronunciation. I mean, it's either my eyesight or the text. You have a presentation. Great. That's the key there.
So, good morning. I've been actually suffering with these mics, always putting down anyway. So now I'm comfortable. Good morning once again. So today I will start with some issues that we all know about the background that shows from where I'm coming. I'm sharing with some experiences of my institution where we work, actually the World Resources Institute, supporting African cities to be resilient in generic terms and water resilient in specific one. I don't want to go in detail because this is really Africa where urbanization is really growing fast. So about 900 million to be added. It's a huge number scale into the cities that are already overcrowded. And the whole urban process in Africa, we all know that mostly unplanned, dominated by informalities, slum, all those stuff. That means a lot when it comes to water. We see all the shocks, all the critical areas, agendas, risks, vulnerability are attacked with informality because those are the most vulnerable people that are living along river basins, of course, so being washed away by the water. So, and also very, very good opportunity from our studies that shows most of the infrastructure are not yet there. They're, I mean, not developed. It means we can really visit and adjust some issues. That could be considered as an opportunity from our end. And the day zero that was presented by the DG here is also here. It's like, look at the African cities, the state of the cities, where they are. And most of the development partners and the government often talk of the water shortage. Yes, indeed, most of African cities have no water or little water. But there is another dimension we would like to share with you. And most of the cities being washed away by water-related shocks and by water. So that's why we say really too much and too little water in African cities. Too much meaning the flood that is really washing away the people, the infrastructure, and everything. And while the cities are also suffering. So resilience for us is about managing both, too much and too little. And these are the three areas that require key intervention. This too little, too much water can be managed only with an evidence-based research analysis. And then it has to be supported by technical support, and again, creating coordination mechanism. Why coordination? Most of the partners that are working, including the government, development partners, donors, they've been operating in silos, doing their stuff. But that requires really a huge action to come together and work together. That requires a platform that gathers the entire donors or partners working around the field. And the final thing I would like to emphasize that it has been asked, the financial part of it. So for us, it requires the major solution here is city-region thinking. The challenge that we observed from our own intervention in about 6 African cities, including 2 cities in South Africa, Johannesburg and Geberia. Sorry for my really bad pronunciation about that city. And 2 cities in Ethiopia, 2 cities in Rwanda, is that most of the actions are administrative boundary related. Most of the cities acting within their own territory without looking at the actions beyond the boundaries. And in most of the cities, you know, those challenges, the floods and others, come from out of the boundaries of the cities, the areas that they don't know. So it requires an action that goes beyond a political or administrative boundary. That's really key for African cities. Otherwise, they can do their stuff within their own boundary, and then the flood, other risks can come and then wash them away. And again, if you take Addis Ababa and other cities in Ethiopia, they get water from out of their boundary, from the area that they don't control. Unless they come together, go beyond their boundary, then that will be a risk. So these are the 6 cities that we have been working, supporting the cities to do analysis, not just political boundaries where they are located or where an area that is managed by the mayor, the area that goes beyond that boundary. We did analysis on these 6 African cities and then supported them to identify critical action areas to do to help the city to transition to resilience, water resilience. And with regard to the finance, we are also introducing a fund called AQUA, African Cities Water Adaptation Fund. That is the kind of aggregating most of the funds, be it public, private, and from international funding organization. So that is the action that we need. It's not only the government fund, the treasury, or the loans that could really unlock. It requires the aggregation of these all funds. What are the key strategies of the AQUA, the African Cities Water Adaptation? Because unless we bring this, aggregate the funds, then it will be a challenge. The first one is a technical support to be delivered by the entire member of the AQUA platform. We've already established the AQUA platform where most of the cities and the institutions are really came together and to work together. So these are the coalition of partners that could help cities to really do the identify key action areas and implement projects, and direct funding to the identified action areas. That's also a key area that we could really move forward. And then funding has to go for the implementation. The final thing I would like to say is also, when we have a funding and properly identify a solution, there must be a platform that brings all stakeholders together. Otherwise, each stakeholder may act alone, and then there will be no synergy. Then there is a need to bring all stakeholders together and really help the cities transition towards resilience. Otherwise, it will be really the same thing will go, and the African cities will stay suffering from the water-related shocks. So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Some interesting developments coming out around financing. Mr. Alex has not appeared as yet, so we'll take an apology from him. And we'll now move on to Mr. Desigan Naidu from the Presidential Climate Commission.
Good morning, everyone, and I'll just do a quick mic adjustment. It's good to see all of you here, and I'm sure you'll agree the presentations that have been made already are actually remarkable. Facilitator, I'm going to try to stick to your questions, but it's going to be more like a bee hovering around the flowers rather than getting to where you want to be, but I think it answers the questions. The first point I want to put out around water resilience is that there are competing pressures around this. So we're talking about water poverty in all of our BRICS countries in some part or another. We have this quest of the SDGs to get to universal access to water and sanitation very soon from now, by 2030. And at the same time, we want to organize for climate resilience. And you can see there are major, major opportunities for maladaptation as we accelerate towards the SDG goal. And I think that's a really important warning that we should engage, because the only pathway is the climate resilient, sustainable pathway, unless we're organizing to maladapt now and then do it all over again after 2030. The second thing I want to re-emphasize is this issue around climate as a threat multiplier. I mean, I think Sunita Narayan's observation is correct, but you cannot ignore this threat multiplier that is climate change. It is really incredible. And this threat multiplier is a threat to the water sector. It has an economic dimension, it has a social dimension, it has an environmental dimension. It threatens food security, it threatens health security, it threatens, in the case of water, also energy security. And so this multidimensional access to this is really critical. And there is also the security, the general security angle to this, around violent extremism and conflict. Mbu talked about the disasters that have stimulated action from eThekwini and Cape Town. But one of the features of those disasters are service delivery protests. In other parts of this continent, in other parts of BRICS, this has led to violent extremism at local levels that has escalated to sub-regional levels and even national levels. Some people can trace in Africa, for example, unconstitutional changes of government, as we euphemistically call it, all the way back to resource scarcity on the back of this compounding risk called climate change. But you know, there is another side to this that we should not ignore. The other side to this is that in the way you deal with water, you can solve water's problems, yes, but because water is a wicked problem and it is interconnected to everything else, you can use your water successes to seed other successes inside the system. It is well known that water security is a road to stability, it is a road to security, it is a road to economic and social development. And just to use some examples outside BRICS, Singapore is a great story of a state that was close to collapse, and its own water project, organized not only for Singapore to be one of the leading lights around water innovation in the world, it used the water development as a building block to recover that Singaporean economy. And yes, it is a small place, but it is one of the most successful economies in the world. And then other examples that are emerging now using water as a primary tool for their sustainable development are countries that are expressing strong interests to join us in BRICS. Countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like the UAE with its water scarcity program. But we also need to take heart from what already happens in BRICS. We must celebrate our successes. We must take heart from the successes that we have. And some of the things you've heard already. The Sponge City concept in China is remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Not only because of the scale, because of the integrated way it organizes itself around the economic drivers and the social drivers and the social cohesion drivers, in addition to the water security for the sustainability. It's absolutely remarkable. And it reminds us, it should remind us, that we were in South Africa experimenting with the concept of using water access as a key road to democratizing state and society post-apartheid. Another example that was already mentioned is Russia and the Russia Clean Water Program. And the UN has said this has been remarkably successful and it's great to learn from. India, Swachh Bharat Phase 1, unbelievable. Organizing for the end to open defecation in a gigantic, gigantic country in 5 years is unbelievable. And if we move further, if we look at Brazil, Fortaleza and Sierra State and its innovative water management model that integrates the urban environment and the rural environment, fantastic, world class. South Africa has a bunch of successes to engage, including non-sewage sanitation. The point that I'm making is that the BRICS countries already have a fantastic reservoir of pilots that we have successfully done that we should, one, share with one another, and two, share with the world as leading examples of how to pioneer water resilience in the urban domain and beyond. So let me conclude quickly and try to keep to Jay's timeline on some recommendations for BRICS. The first of the recommendations is that the current BRICS membership and its potential expanded membership, and you will know there are 40 countries that have expressed an interest in joining BRICS, 22 formal applications we've been told, so it is already a sizable group. But this group should be championing, in this decade of action that's been declared by UN Water, the Global Acceleration Framework. And the Global Acceleration Framework is saying that if you want to have sustainable development goals met by 2030 and moving in a resilient way beyond, you need finance, capacity, the ability to deal with data and information, innovation, and of course, governance. And already in these 2 days, we've been talking about all of these issues as mainstays for the overall BRICS agenda around the urban transformation that we want to see. The second is we need to do a lot more sharing. We do not yet have a joint knowledge platform for water. So those remarkable examples that Mbu presented, the remarkable examples that Aklilu presented, we need to find a place where we can download that as quickly as possible and share in our environment. So a joint knowledge platform, clearly, in all of the languages of BRICS, needs to exist, and it needs to exist very soon. The next associated with that is that we need to construct, as a group, collective pilots and demonstrators around these key interventions going forward. And we're doing it in a very stubborn sector. The water sector continues to be very conservative, trying to solve 21st century problems with 20th century technology and 19th century operating rules. And we demonstrate every time that we have individual examples of how we transcend these barriers to make this work in an innovative way, in a world-leading way. So we'll need to bring this together. The issue about the investment platforms, absolutely key. This concept that the WRI is talking about Aqua, and in Alex's absence, because he was going to talk about the Africa Water Investment Program, which has recently got a huge grant from the GCF. And just now you're going to hear from Johan Libbe, and he's going to talk about how his organization is moving to the space. This whole thing about innovative financing is already at play in the water sector as a whole and in the urban water environment as a key player in that space. And we need to accelerate that as a joint BRICS initiative. So let me conclude then by saying that what we're looking for in the BRICS is a way to bring all of this together, that this kind of discussion does not have a discussion, a once a year discussion, but to actually have folk that are in this team all of the time. The idea of a BRICS climate resilient water group is an incredibly attractive idea to contribute to the clubs we were talking about yesterday. With that, thank you very much for your time. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Des, for some wise words there. We will now move on to Dr. Sibani. You got a presentation. Just looking at time, we're doing fine. So where do you press this thing? That there. And you'll have to look there. What do you do? This there on the top. Okay. You'll have to turn around.
Oh, colleagues, all protocols observed. I'm not good in standing in one place. I'm a facilitator. So when Jay said I must move, I must look that side, it becomes a problem for me. Firstly, thank you very much. And I think my presentation has been covered by the various speakers. My name is Dr. George Tsibane from the University of Johannesburg, in the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. My presentation is very simple. I'm not an engineer, so I deal with social issues. So for me, the BRICS program and urban resilience is about restoration of pride in terms of sustainable development. And also it is about creating wealth through smart cities, and also ensuring that in the process, as presented yesterday by a number of our leaders, particularly from the ministry, it is about ensuring that there's a balance between rural development and urban development. So therefore, when we talk about infrastructure investment, we need to ensure that there is an integration between rural development and urban development, so that we don't sit with a situation where there's no balance in an urban environment. Following that is that we need to address the problem. If we are talking about this initiative, we need to address the problem. The problem is that we need to make sure that we are facing the realities in municipalities. And part of this is to ensure that we understand that urban reliance and urban development and water reliance, it depends largely on the hydro cycle, which is about looking at smart governance. In terms of municipalities in our country, we have 144 municipalities that are called the water service authorities, and I can bear with me, we only have less than 5% of them that are financially viable. And more importantly is that we also need to make sure that we understand the concepts around poverty development and how to undermine issues related to poverty development. And on the basis of that, we want to stress the issues of social development. Remember, in my view, is that water is the blood of the earth. So on the basis of that, we need to make sure that we respond to economic issues. We also respond to the social responsibilities issues. And therefore, if I were to paraphrase the notion of BRICS, for me, BRICS stands for building reliable cities and also resilience in terms of focusing on 3 areas. If we were to focus on for the next 100 years, it is only 3 that we need to focus on, is water, is energy and food, and the infrastructure related to that. That will also impact directly on the efficiency in terms of transportation for us to be aligned to the African Free Trade Agreement area. And more important on that, we need to ensure that in the process of BRICS, which is built resilience, innovation for pride, is also to make sure that we commercialize our approach. A number of research have been conducted throughout South Africa and Africa, but I haven't seen any development around commercialization of our initiatives. And very important for me is that when we talk about the S part of BRICS, for me, it is about solutions. What solution are we bringing? Are we not repeating the same problems, rephasing them and redefining them instead of coming out to interventions that are required? So when we talk about that, it means, among other things that are critical, we make this alignment. This is a very important slide that I've ever seen in South Africa, which was developed through the Department of Water and Sanitation, where it links with in the National Water and Sanitation Management Master Plan in 2019, where there was a synergy that was drawn between all the initiatives that we're doing. Very critical from yesterday up to now. The area which is critical on sustainable development is education and inclusive development. And that is very, very critical. So that your sustainable number 4 is very critical to fit to number 6, to fit to number 7, and to fit to number 11. And I'm going to define that as I'm going forward here, which is for us, we know that there are 6 pillars for smart cities. And I'm not saying this is the only conclusion that I have, but out of those 6 pillars, you are also talking about smart governance, which is more details you can read for yourself. Then the second one is around the issues around smart living that we need to have in terms of transportation system. And I think Tekwin is highlighting a number of areas around that. A very critical pillar is the sustainable issues in terms of ecosystem that we need to address. Then the smart citizen is a very important one, which depend largely on the impact and skills transfer in terms of sustainable development, number 4. So in other words, I'm trying to say that there's interdependence between these sustainable developmental goals. And number 6 to me is mobility. So we need to make sure that I went to a Winterfest in one of the areas in Pretoria. In all the villages there, you find during working hours, youth is sitting next to schools, only to find out the reason why they are sitting there is for wife. They want to connect. So in other words, we need to deal with issues of gadget in terms of smart cities, and therefore talk about smart economy. Colleagues, without wasting your time, I think it is important, colleagues, that I stress the notion that was raised particularly by Deputy Minister, both Deputy Ministers yesterday, which is around what I called community-based sustainable management and observation system. This is a program that we need to have. It has 5 pillars. One is planning, another one is around infrastructure and water. The second one is around infrastructure and infrastructure and infrastructure and infrastructure. And I hope you can say to somebody next to you, for us to deliver on this mandate, we need to build around that. Last but not least, colleagues, before Jay can come to me, is that you can see to me that the World Conference is about the restoration of pride, which sounds political, it's not. It's also about business, back to water business initiative in terms of bear. But if you were to look at that, colleagues, I'm talking about very simple things. I use concept for us to build up what we're talking about. So for me, this conference or way forward is to build the pride, which is about production, reindustrialization. No country can develop it without reindustrialization. The second one is that we need to look at innovation. And number three is domestication of our services. If we're talking about the BRICS, it must mean that there must be local manufacturing in this country. Unless we want to address that, we do not address that, we're going to sit with 46% unemployment. We have problems around issues of enterprise development. The comparative analysis between Russia is that Russian enterprises are being supported by the Russian government. So we need to make sure that we also adopt a similar strategy in South Africa. Then, very importantly, is the issue of saying we need to make sure that in municipalities we have bear. The bear, we are Africans, we always live with animals in terms of ecosystem. The bear is about business, expansion, attraction, and retention. And that can only be done if we have a very clear water nexus linked to energy and food production. And last, if we're to take that forward, colleagues, is that I'm sorry about this, is that the last slide I want to share with you is that within UJ, we have partnered up with Centec, which is a broadcasting company, which is focusing on Internet of Things. We have employed a lot of students around that, and we're working with Umgeni Water to make sure that we have programs that are going to focus on youth and development. And we have master students that are part of that program. We want to make sure that we transfer the skills as well as technology. And part of that, we have managed colleagues. Before Jay fired me out, this is very important, Jay. This is very important. One of the reasons that I joined UJ is that I'm a pra-academic academician. So in other words, I believe on work and on-hands job work. So in our program with Centec, Umgeni Water, we're talking about theory to be 30%, we're talking about practical skills to be 30%, and workplace, J, should be 40% in terms of what we're looking at. Key recommendation that came yesterday, Jay, and I think, I don't know why we should not emphasize them. I want to be controversial because I'm a sociologist. One of those is that we need to build an understanding of integrated water based on rural development. And then second one, we also want to make sure that the business development facility is actually aligned to existing infrastructure that we have. For instance, we have municipal infrastructure agent in South Africa, which is born out of experiences of the Development Bank of Southern Africa. And up to now, that facility can assist with municipalities. The question that I'm asking to you, in terms of going forward, we need to consider that MISA, in my view, is not just limited to being established in 2009. It is an accumulation of experience of DBSA modalities and models that were implemented to support sustainable development. So on the basis of that, you have an opportunity that you can use MISA as an intervention for part and parcel of entering Africa's agenda and address that as a way forward. Last but not least, Jay, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, so George is an old friend. You know, academics, they have too many slides, so you have to get up and stop them. But it's a very interesting perspective. George, maybe some other time we have to explore your mind a little bit more. We have two more presentations. So is Brazil connected? Mr. Leonardo, are you there? Okay, while you'll fix the technology up, let's move to Johan Libbe. Johan, time is precious between you, me. Just show them the money, okay?
Good morning, colleagues. I think it's safe to say that we know what the problem is. We know what to do. The question is the how. How do we solve this challenge? How do we solve these problems that we are facing with when it comes to water and water resilience and climate change? If one looks at the water sector, the main mandate and responsibility for the provision of water supply and water services lies with the public sector. But we know governments cannot do this alone. We have to look at the private sector. There's sufficient amount of capital funding within the private sector. The expertise sits with the private sector. The operation and maintenance, the construction expertise sits with the private sector. Our challenge is, how do we match these two? How do we bring the need to the services that we can provide and the capital and the expertise? So with this in mind, the Department of Water and Sanitation has established the Water Partnerships Office as part of a national water partnerships program. The main focus and objective of the Water Partnerships Office is to see how can we create opportunities for the private sector to partner with government and to provide services and enhance the service delivery. So the Partnerships Office is established to, one of the things is to develop standardized programs, and I'll quickly share with you some of the programs that we are working on at the moment. We tend to reinvent the wheel every time we do a new project, but we've seen, especially if one looks at the renewable energy program, the benefits that lies within the ability to have standardized approaches. Within each one of these programs that we are working on also, we're looking at developing innovative funding solutions. Desikan mentioned that earlier, and really trying to see how do we forge partnerships and create opportunities for the private sector to participate. So we've got 6 programs that we are working on at the moment that's been adopted and are being established within the Partnerships Office, and I'll quickly run through them. The first one is around water reuse. So we want to see how do we support our municipalities to diversify their water supply mix. The DG mentioned earlier, we need to provide additional sources when it comes to water supply. So we're currently losing a lot of water down our rivers, into our oceans. There's a huge opportunity to reuse that water. Also look at the energy generation capabilities, sludge beneficiation. So within this program, we've just secured, you may have seen in the press lately, $235 million from the Green Climate Fund that is intended to go into the preparation and funding of water reuse projects in South Africa. The second program is on non-revenue water. So we currently, municipalities have got excessively high losses within their water supply systems. The intention of this program is to see how we can support them to reduce that. How do we reduce the physical losses? How do we improve our revenues when it comes to that? And one of the key mechanisms we're looking at there is performance-based contracting models to see how we can provide a standardized approach, get the private sector to bring the funding, bring the capital to invest in non-revenue water interventions. Third program is around wastewater treatment. So we know a lot of our wastewater treatment works are failing. We need to upgrade, we need to extend, we need to refurbish those plants. And that program is focusing on again, providing a standardized approach, a toolbox. And part of what we're doing there is to also develop innovative funding mechanisms that will enable us to invest in our wastewater treatment works and systems in municipalities in the country. Fourth program on management contracts. So we know a lot of municipalities are struggling with the water business within their structures. We want to, and again, within that program, see how we can bring the private sector, bring that capacity and expertise in to come in and support municipalities to get their water business back up and running. The fifth program is on seawater desalination. So especially on our coastal cities, South Africa is in a fortunate position to have a very long coastline. So there is that water source available, but we need to create, again, a program and a framework within which we can engage with the private sector, procure and get those private sector developers to come in and provide a desalination service as well. And the last program, but definitely not the least, is on non-sewage sanitation. Desikan also mentioned that. There's huge opportunity here. We know that the Gates Foundation has done so much work internationally to develop and design new innovative technologies, off-grid, non-sewage sanitation technologies. We've got the opportunity now to start rolling that out. There's been a lot of demonstration, but we need to now start rolling that out at a larger scale. And we've created this program within the office as well. So each one of these programs will become a center of excellence. And so if a municipality wants to do a water reuse project, for example, or non-sewage sanitation, whichever the need is there, the office will be there to support, and that center of excellence is there. So we're currently engaging with a number of municipalities, working with them to see how we can start supporting. Some of these projects are at different stages, but obviously one needs to prepare bankable projects. So there's a strong focus on the preparation, the design, the structuring of the projects, and then getting them ready to progress into the financing and implementation thereof. Much more that I can share, but I'll just pause there and end for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan, for buying us some time there. We might just overshoot by a few minutes while we take the last presentation. I hear Mr. Leonardo Picciani is connected. So you there?
Eu gostaria de saudar a todos os integrantes da mesa, a delegação da Rússia, da China, da África do Sul, da Índia, do Brasil. Eu sou Leonardo Picciani, secretário nacional de saneamento ambiental do Ministério das Cidades do Brasil. Nós temos a responsabilidade de, no âmbito do governo brasileiro, tocar a política nacional do saneamento básico nas suas 4 componentes: água, esgotamento sanitário, drenagem e manejo de águas pluviais e a gestão de resíduos sólidos urbanos. Nós temos um desafio muito grande proposto pela nossa legislação nacional, pela Lei Nacional do Saneamento, o Marco do Saneamento Básico, que se propõe até 2033, na próxima década, universalizar os serviços de saneamento básico à população brasileira. Mas nós temos ainda o desafio de levar água tratada a mais de 35 milhões de pessoas e o esgotamento sanitário a mais de 100 milhões de pessoas. E, para isso, nós compreendemos que a integração do BRICS, a integração dos diversos organismos multilaterais para a atração de investimentos, para o compartilhamento de tecnologias, de soluções, de cases que tenham obtido sucesso, serão fundamentais para que a gente consiga vencer esse desafio que é de todos, né? Levar água em quantidade suficiente e qualidade suficiente a toda a nossa população. Aqui no Brasil, a gente, para fazer isso, vai precisar de um grande volume de investimentos, tanto da iniciativa privada quanto do poder público. E, por isso, a gente busca sempre ter uma legislação sólida, com segurança regulatória e com investimentos, com metas e investimentos bem definidos. A água ele é um direito da humanidade e é um dever, né, do nosso governo, um dever dos governos ao redor do mundo, fornecer esse serviço tão básico, mas tão importante para a nossa população, para as pessoas. No Brasil existem mais de 30 milhões de habitantes que não têm ainda o acesso adequado à água tratada. Cada vez mais existem aglomeração de população nas regiões metropolitanas e, no caso do Brasil, também um abastecimento desigual de algumas regiões do país, notadamente a região norte, seguida pela região nordeste, tem menores índices de água tratada. E o que temos é encontrar os modelos adequados entre os investimentos privados, os investimentos públicos e as parcerias público-privadas para dar conta de, na próxima década, atingir as metas que estabelecemos na lei brasileira do saneamento básico, no chamado marco do saneamento, onde até 2033 os serviços de abastecimento de água e também de tratamento de esgoto deverão estar universalizados. Nós entendemos que o caminho para isso é uma diversificação dos instrumentos utilizados, seja através de investimentos públicos, de concessões, de privatizações, e também de investimentos privados e também de investimentos públicos e de parcerias público-privadas. Entendemos necessário também que seja tratado com muita atenção o tema da redução de perdas, redução de desperdício, até porque quando se torna mais eficiente, você consome menos recursos, tanto a água quanto a energia, né? O setor de saneamento ele é eletrointensivo. Quando você tem um grande desperdício, você está desperdiçando também energia, encarecendo o processo. Então, no Brasil, nós vamos focar na próxima década em universalizar os serviços de saneamento básico, em atrair investimentos, em reduzir perdas, encontrar mecanismos que tornem mais eficiente o uso da água, que hoje ele é tão escasso, tão importante e fundamental na vida das pessoas. O saneamento básico e também o abastecimento de água deve ser visto como algo fundamental para a vida humana, como um direito da humanidade, um direito das pessoas. Então, essa é a missão do Brasil no saneamento básico para a sua próxima década.
Great, thank you. I think that was very useful inputs by everyone. Let's give them a round of applause. I think very key inputs. Before we close, I just want to some very wise words that have emerged. I mean, and we need to learn from that. That urban resilience is not about keep fixing the problems that we deal with. I think we need to look beyond that. And I think DG Shangana sort of indicated that we can't keep chasing our tail. Something needs to be done around our planning paradigms, around our spatial paradigms, etc. We learn from China about innovation, having the political will around innovation, and leading it. It's very, very key. And that is important, supporting research, also the institutional management of those aspects. But we also, got wisdom around that cities are beginning to outgrow their boundaries. And, how do we deal with that? And it's a very key issue in the developing world that is happening, the sprawl. Durban's a good example of the sprawl. And Desigan mentioned that the challenges are multi-layer. It's connected to energy, food, and water. And we have to look at it in a very integrated. The investment needs are high. We heard from Water Resource Institute that we need to be mindful that to deal with this, to find the solutions, the investment needs are high, but to fix the problems that emerge if we don't do anything is much higher. and I think we're learning from that, in Durban. The diversification is very, very key. I think especially for Africa and especially for South Africa, we too dependent on surface water and we're not diversifying. But what's interesting is the evolvement and development of new funding mechanisms. We heard about the Aqua model, we heard about the WAPS model, and I'm sure I've seen stuff emerging on the Green Fund. There's the African Development Fund. So there's a lot of instruments. But I think one of the message that we should take, and I think Desigan took the example that every crisis has an economic opportunity. And if we start seeing and designing it from that perspective, we can build prosperity and safety and resilience while trying to solve the problem. And I think that should be one of the key takeaways from this. So thank you to the panel. I think the presentation and the recordings should be available if you need to share it or listen to it again. From my side, as the chair, thank you very much. It was a pleasure having an esteemed group of professionals sharing this. We have one more task to do. If we can call the program director, Mr. Mashwashle. My English is not good. It's my eyesight. Yeah, he does the final thank yous and ceremonies. Thank you, sir. Floor is yours.
A round of applause for the panel, the first facilitator as well. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we end off with that moment where we hand over tokens of appreciation to the members of the panel. I had agreed with somebody else to assist. I think he has just stepped out of the room, but we'll see how we manage. Have we got the gifts ready? Yeah. As we hand over the gifts, could we also just get the video on women's action, which is based on the Indian experience? Because we couldn't fly that yesterday. It's a short video. We also have another one on the National Spatial Development Framework, which in between we'll find an opportunity to have it screened so that some lessons can be identified in those videos as we wrap up the session today. So what we'll do before we start with the next session, we will then play that video, and then immediately we will then request the facilitator for the next session, Ms. Hlatshwayo from the South African Cities Network, and the rest of the panel to come and join us here on the stage immediately after the video. Okay, we are ready with the gifts. They look bigger than the ones we had yesterday. Yeah. Okay. Let's start with the facilitator. Jay, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We get the small one.
Oh, okay. I think the big one is for the program director. So okay. The next one is the Dr. No. Thank you very much. Okay. Good. Oh, for the camera. Okay, all right. Should the DG get a gift? I'm not sure. Yes. This one is for you. Yes. You know what to do when you get back to the office. The next one is for Dr. BRICS Urbanisation. Then there's one for Mr. Naidu. Okay, Mr. Naidu, if you could come closer to the side of the camera. Doctor, then in the next can be gift as well. And then, of course, the last but not least is Johan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much to the panel. I hope that we're ready with that short video on the Indian experience of women in action. If we can screen that one. And immediately after that, then we'll have the facilitator for the next session, Ms. Latroy, to come to the stage together with the panel members. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Urbanization in India and across the global south is very rapid. The risks of climate change are going to increase heavily on lives in concentrated urban communities, especially in slums and informal settlements.
ખાસ કરીને આપણે જોવા જઈએ તો સ્લમ વિસ્તાર જે હોય છે એ બહુ ટોપોગ્રાફિકલી તમે જુઓ તો બહુ લો લાઈંગ એરિયાની અંદર વિકસેલા હોય છે. ત્યાં બહુ જ કન્જેસ્ટેડ હોય છે. ત્યાંના રહેનારાઓની જે ઘરની છત હોય છે ટીન શીટથી બનેલી હોય છે અને ત્યાં પાકા રસ્તા સરકારે બનાવી દેવાથી પર્ક્યુલેશન થતું નથી ને જેના કારણે વોટર સ્કેર્સિટીનો ઇસ્યુ પણ વધારે પડતો ત્યાં થતો હોય છે. એટલે સ્લમ વિસ્તારના રહેતા લોકો પર ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જની બહુ મોટી અસર થતી હોય છે પણ એ લોકોને એની અસર વિશે જાણકારી નથી. માટે મહિલા હાઉસિંગ સેવા ટ્રસ્ટે આ વિષય પર કામ કરવાનું શરૂ કર્યું.
What we did is we developed a poor women-led model to reduce inequalities caused due to climate change by empowering the women to take a systems thinking approach to climate change. Pro-poor technologies were developed, climate financing was undertaken, and policy influence was also undertaken.
અમે વિકાસીની બહેનોને સ્નેક એન્ડ લેડર ગેમ, હિસ્ટોગ્રામ, મોઝર ફ્રેન્ડન જેવી એન્ટરટેન પદ્ધતિથી અમે લોકોને ટ્રેનિંગ આપીએ છીએ અને જેથી એ ટ્રેનિંગ બહેનો સરળતાથી સમજી શકે છે અને વિસ્તારમાં જઈને બીજા બહેનોને ટ્રેન કરી શકે છે.
જળવાયુમાં અમને તાપમાન જેમ કે પતરા અથવા ધાબાવાળી સીટ હોય તો એની પર જે વ્હાઇટ પેન્ટ છે એનાથી આપણે ઠંડા ઉનાળામાં એને ફાયદો લઈ શકીએ છીએ. પછી ઝાડ વાવવા વધારે ભરાવાથી મચ્છરનો ફેલાવો થતો હોય. મચ્છરથી જે મચ્છરજન્ય રોગો થતા હોય મલેરિયા છે, ટાઇફોઇડ, તાવ એ બધા રોગોમાં પણ એમને રાહત થઈ.
પતરાવાળું ઘર હતું અને દિવસે દિવસે તાપમાન વધતું જતું એટલે ઘરમાં બેસીને હું સિલાઈ કામ જે કરતી એ મારા દિવસનું સિલાઈ કામ ન થતું. બહુ તાપ લાગે.
Millions of families in India, in slums and villages, use metal sheet roofing. Gets like 42, 45 degrees Celsius, like 115 degrees Fahrenheit, that hot. We have created a roofing product which is made from recycled materials, which lowers the temperature by 6 to 10 degrees Celsius compared to alternatives.
Climate change is directly affecting vector-borne diseases because insects, they are related with the temperature and humidity. Such project like this one, where the community is motivated to take actions themselves, would be of a great help to eliminate malaria.
વિકાસીની બહેનોના સંપર્કમાં આવવાના કારણે જે લો લાઇન એરિયા છે, જે સ્લમ વિસ્તાર છે, ત્યાં દેખીતી રીતે મારું દિશા નિર્દેશ થયો. સરસ મજાનું સ્ટોમ વોટરની લાઇનનું પણ કામ થયું છે, ડ્રેનેજનું પણ ખૂબ મોટું કામ થયું છે અને એના માધ્યમથી હવે ક્યાંય પણ આવા વરસાદી પાણીના ભરાઈ જવા કે ડ્રેનેજના ઉભરાવાના પ્રશ્નો અમે સોલ્વ કરી શક્યા છીએ.
If a woman is empowered, the entire benefits of the empowerment goes to the family, especially to their children, and they bring about an intergenerational change, which is very, very relevant, especially for climate change, because still for them, it is a futuristic event.
મને દરેક કામમાં મને બહુ જ ખુશી થાય છે. હવે હું પણ વિચાર કરું કે મારા જેવી બેન બીજી ઊભી થાય તેની હું પ્રયત્ન કરું છું.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to confirm that we are all for the right session. It's session number 2 for program day number 2, discussing sustainable human settlements and alternative infrastructure approaches. As I do the brief introduction to what this session is going to cover, I am going to humbly request that my panelists join us here in front. Among those that will be speaking eloquently on this subject, it's going to be the Vice Minister of Peripheries, Mr. Guilherme Simões from Brazil, whom I believe is going to join us via video. Mr. Vladimir Smirnov from Russia, who is the leading research scientist for Research Institute of Building Physics of Russian Academy of Architecture and Building Sciences, as well as Ms. Zhang, who is the Deputy Director General of Department of Building Energy Efficiency and Science and Technology from China, as well as Mr. Uma Cilia, who is the Director General for Africa UN Habitat, Ms. Patti Homo, the Acting CEO for MISA, Municipal Infrastructure, and then the DDG for Department of Human Settlements, Ms. Nana Mhlongo. And then lastly, we will be joined by Councillor Xola Sotashe, who is the member of the SALGA National Executive Committee, as well as the chairperson of the Human Settlements and Urban Agenda. So those will be our panelists today. Maybe as they are getting mic'd up and they are preparing themselves, just to remind ourselves of the context where we're finding ourselves as South Africa and the BRICS countries, as it relates to human settlements and provision of infrastructure. We are experiencing rapid urbanization, and some of it is unplanned. And with this unplanned urbanization and informal settlements, which are cropping up everywhere, it's putting a pressure on our cities because they need to respond to this, to the provision of services, but also they need to think creatively about how to provide these services to ensure that the resources that they have, particularly on financing, are able to meet the demand that they have. We are seeing a large number of people transitioning from rural areas to urban areas. And as they continue to expand, it means that cities must really take into consideration the Sustainable Development Goal number 11 and link it up with the other SDG goals to make sure that we all work towards sustainable human settlements. So in this session, each member country is going to share with us what are some of the projects and programs or initiatives that they've implemented, focusing on the access to and provision of infrastructure, basic services, as well as affordable housing. They will also share with us if they've got any smart city programs that all of us can learn on, and they'll also answer the question that says, how can we make human settlements safe, inclusive for women and children, as well as for people with disabilities. And we would also look at some of the innovative and impact-based approaches to deal with gender-based violence within our urban planning and settlement planning within these developments. So first up, I would like to invite Mr. Simões from Brazil, who's the Vice Minister for Peripheries, to share his input with us. And we've allocated 10 minutes from each of the member countries. So let's take that first one. Okay. Right. Cool. Thank you. All right, so he's going to share with us his input. Thank you.
Bem, não sou o secretário Silas, sou Natan Belcavelo de Oliveira. Não sou tão estiloso quanto o nosso secretário de periferias, mas eu espero poder estar à altura. E, bem, cumprimento a todas as autoridades presentes, em nome da senhora Nocipo, cujo, infelizmente, o sobrenome me falta a capacidade de falar, mas, bem, dando início aqui, bom dia a todos e todas. Agradeço a oportunidade de falar nesse fórum. Havia preparado uma apresentação que, inclusive, me auxilia na compreensão dos senhores e senhoras a fala, mas vou iniciar aqui a minha fala para poder cumprir o prazo dentro da maneira adequada. Então, a primeira iniciativa que nós podemos colocar dentro das iniciativas brasileiras para o enfrentamento do processo de urbanização que o Brasil passou, né, nós podemos destacar o programa Minha Casa Minha Vida, da Secretaria Nacional de Habitação. Programa habitacional surgido em meio à crise econômica de 2008, com o objetivo de oferecer moradia acessível e, ao mesmo tempo, fomentar a economia brasileira por meio de investimentos na indústria da construção civil, possibilitando a criação de empregos e o fluxo de recursos financeiros. O programa Minha Casa Minha Vida vem evoluindo na perspectiva de oferta de moradias mais bem estruturadas e inseridas no ambiente urbano, com diversidade de tipologias habitacionais e melhorias nos projetos urbanísticos. Atuando com subsídio total para famílias com renda de até R$ 2.640, cerca de $555, e com financiamento com condições especiais e taxas de juros para famílias com renda de até R$ 8.000, cerca de R$ 1.685, o programa Minha Casa Minha Vida coordena os investimentos a partir de várias modalidades e fontes financeiras, junto às empresas privadas da área da construção civil, as entidades da sociedade civil organizada, principalmente os movimentos sociais por moradia, e aos governos municipais e estaduais. Em sua versão mais atual, promulgada pela Lei 14.620, de 13 de julho de 2023, ou seja, extremamente recente, o programa dá especial atenção aos aspectos urbanísticos e ambientais dos empreendimentos que recebem os investimentos, prevendo o programa, o emprego de tecnologias mais limpas e inteligentes, e com diretrizes urbanísticas que garantam uma melhor inserção das construções nas áreas urbanas, bem como a novidade de investimentos em obras de retrofit, com adequação para moradia em edificações já construídas para outros usos e subutilizadas ou degradadas. O programa tem como meta a construção de 2 milhões de moradias até o final do atual governo. Outra iniciativa que podemos citar é o programa Cidades Melhores, da Secretaria Nacional de Desenvolvimento Urbano e Metropolitano, onde eu trabalho, com a ação orçamentária de apoio a projetos e obras de reabilitação, de acessibilidade e modernização tecnológica em áreas urbanas, com recursos financeiros a fundo perdido, ou seja, é o orçamento federal sendo repassado aos municípios, sem que os municípios tenham que devolver esse dinheiro, e o Pró-Cidades, com financiamentos a condições especiais para os municípios. A ação orçamentária oferece recursos aos municípios para a implementação de projetos urbanos integrados, com foco especial na reabilitação de áreas urbanas centrais, ou seja, tornar áreas urbanas centrais degradadas, né, novamente a um uso social e ambientalmente adequados. De maneira semelhante, o Pró-Cidades oferece financiamento para os municípios e também para as empresas privadas. Tal iniciativa prioriza projetos que buscam integrar mais de uma política urbana de desenvolvimento urbano. E quando nós dizemos políticas urbanas de desenvolvimento urbano no Brasil, nós estamos falando basicamente em habitação, saneamento, mobilidade urbana, né, acessibilidade urbana e, bem, planejamento e gestão urbanos. Desculpa, me perdi aqui. Então, políticas públicas de desenvolvimento urbano, com investimentos em infraestruturas urbanas que utilizem novas tecnologias, como as tecnologias informacionais, né, para a promoção de cidades inteligentes, e também aquelas tecnologias que nós temos chamado de soluções baseadas na natureza, ou seja, são tecnologias construtivas que utilizam os serviços ecossistêmicos, ou seja, a expertise da natureza, né, na solução de problemas, como, por exemplo, jardins de chuvas, né, para a solução de drenagem, ou também as bacias de evapotranspiração, que no Brasil nós chamamos de fossas de bananeira, né, para soluções localizadas de saneamento, né, de tratamento de esgoto. Ainda o programa Cidades Melhores. Há recursos destinados ao Programa Nacional de Capacitação das Cidades, o Capacidades, que visa a formação contínua de equipes técnicas e gestores públicos, bem como movimentos sociais e outros segmentos da sociedade civil, articulada com a assistência técnica para a efetividade, a eficiência e o aprimoramento das políticas públicas de desenvolvimento urbano. No sentido de maior inclusão das populações de baixa renda, em grande parte moradoras das periferias das cidades brasileiras, né, que diferente das periferias das cidades dos Estados Unidos, onde você tem ali infraestrutura de qualidade, populações com renda melhor habitando, né, as periferias das cidades brasileiras são ocupadas por populações de mais baixa renda, né, e muitas vezes sem infraestruturas adequadas. Então, para atender essa população, nós temos o programa Periferias Vivas, da Secretaria Nacional de Periferias. O programa prevê investimentos a fundo perdido para equipamentos urbanos que ofertam serviços culturais e serviços básicos para as áreas periféricas, a partir de um processo participativo com as comunidades locais, em que estas, em conjunto com os governos municipais, estabelecem prioridades e estratégias de investimento. Essas são as principais políticas e iniciativas do Ministério das Cidades para o desenvolvimento. Bom, a apresentação chegou ao final da minha fala, mas seria interessante vocês perceberem essa sequência de... Eu não sei se eu estou com controle aqui, mas, bem, a ideia inicial era mostrar um pouquinho a dinâmica da urbanização brasileira, né? Eu acho que não vai dar a oportunidade, até mesmo porque o meu tempo está acabando. Muito obrigado. Opa, deixa eu voltar. Isso aqui é só para vocês terem uma ideia do processo de urbanização brasileiro. Sigam a sequência de mapas. Ele foi extremamente curto no tempo. Em menos de 100 anos, a nossa população passou de expressamente rural para expressamente urbana e também concentrado geograficamente no território, a partir do litoral, interiorizando-se, né? Então, percebam aí como se deu o processo de urbanização brasileiro. E, bem, né, agradeço mais uma vez a oportunidade de falar aqui, e o Ministério das Cidades está à disposição dos senhores e senhoras para maiores esclarecimentos e para conversas futuras. Que instâncias de troca de experiências e debates, como este fórum, possam aprofundar nossas trocas e as nossas políticas públicas. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simos, for your contributions. I picked up a few things from what you were sharing with us, which I think are important and are relatable to the audience here. Your very ambitious target of 2 million houses by the end of the term of office. South Africa knows about this, and we really wish you the best in making sure that you do it right. We also note the political urban concept that you spoke about, which seeks to make sure that housing is not just housing, but you consider sanitation, urban mobility, as well as public policing. So it's really talking to the integration of the various ministries or the integration of the various disciplines towards making sure that our settlements are sustainable. And then you spoke very much about nature-based solutions. And I think this is becoming one of those recurring themes throughout this forum on nature-based solutions in settlement development or in development tied up to a just urban transition. Thank you so much for your contributions. Okay, next up, we're going to allow Mr. Vladimir Smirnov to share with us his contributions. As I said earlier on, he's the leading research scientist, Research Institute of Building Physics of the Russian Academy of Architecture and Building Sciences. Mr. Smirnov, welcome.
Thank you very much. I would like to present some of the results of our recent studies and implementation them in our growing city. So when we're speaking about urbanization, we understand that a lot of people move inside the cities. So the large amount of people results in a larger load on the city's infrastructure. And the first system that will be affected by these large amounts of people is the transport system. The most carrying capacity of transport system is related to railway transport. So it's a metro or subway, it's a railway system and the tramway system. But according to the specifics of these transport systems, the railway system, they produce a large amount of noise and vibration that affects humans and affects the buildings inside those cities. So we conclude that the increased number of people results in increased number of noise coming from different sources that are presented on the slide. This is a heat map, or we call it the acoustic map, where you can see the major paths for auto traffic and railway traffic provides the large amounts of noise and vibration. Since the vibration is the most severe part that can influence people and buildings, we will talk today only about it. Vibration from railway traffic from equipment influences both the inhabitants and the buildings in different ways. First of all, if we're talking about buildings, it can affect load-bearing structures, it can affect foundation, so the soil underneath the building will compact and the building will settle, resulting in cracks, resulting in openings. And so we understand that those cracks and damaged buildings, they are not quite healthy for the city's infrastructure. Moreover, vibration can affect technology process because there are large facilities located inside the cities that produces, for example, electronics. And when we're speaking about inhabitants, vibration influence them in a psychological way. So let me show you. So, for example, our heart resonates at 5 to 7 hertz. That's the frequency. And if we are expected to vibration from frequency from 20 to 40 hertz, so the people start, they become frightened. So these are the slides. These are results of several studies that connects vibration to the people annoyance and also the noise to people annoyance. We have, our research institute have developed several documents to address those issues and to provide measures to counteract this, let's say, pollution in order to create a healthy and sustainable environment. But we will address the vibration-related costs because, as it turned out, every railway system has its zone of influence. For the railways, it is about 200 meters. For the subway or the underground, it's 80 meters. For the tramways, it's 30 meters. And as you can see from the slide, when you put your railway system or the underground system, you will have the influence zone where the buildings will be vibration polluted. So you have to develop countermeasures, or you have to somehow deal with it, because you will get, as for Moscow, we can calculate about more than 50 square kilometers of vibration polluted land. And if we will have the need to increase the amounts of buildings, we will somehow have to build there. So we have to somehow understand how we can cope with it. There are lots of studies that say that noisy environment reduces happiness. Noisy environment and vibration-related environment, it's not sustainable for the growth of the city. There are some figures here. I will not stop on them, just to go further. In order to decrease those vibration and structure-borne noise influence on people and buildings, there are different solutions, and the best one of them is the in-source solution. When you isolate the source of the vibration and noise, then you will get the cheapest solution to build the building near those traffic lines. We will talk about the last two of them because they are the most efficient ones used in the cities on several case studies. The first case study is the Bolshoi Theater. You may have heard of this theater in Moscow. It is located underneath, on top of the Tverskaya subway tunnel. And during its reconstruction, it occurs that the halls that were underground, there are some concert halls underground in this theater, they were exposed to high levels of noise, structure-borne noise caused by the movements of trains. So this was in 2006 when we have calculated the submalest mats that are used for protection of the railway underneath this theater. And as it turned out, it reduces the vibration, and people can happily watch the concert in these halls nowadays. This solution is now applicable. It's the latest photo from this year. We have a great construction works inside Moscow city because there are lots of transport lines, viaducts, bridges, and we use the subballast mats to reduce noise and vibration from bridges because they are located in the Moscow city center near the houses, and the crowd, the people, the inhabitants usually argue for these solutions because they hate the noise. But these solutions can help us to withstand this high level of noise. And the last, that's the most efficient solution to decrease the vibration from both the tramways, from subway trains, and from railroads. That's the mass spring system that can decrease the vibration up to 30 decibel. This is the most efficient one, and it is used, for example, when the metro line comes inside the building itself. So, for example, in the Moscow city center, where the skyscraper stands, the traffic line comes inside one of those, and this structure is used there. Actually, there is one photo of it. to reduce vibration and to get people, traffic, infrastructure together in one place. These are some of the construction works that you can see nowadays. Starting from 2019, these systems are used everywhere where the buildings are located near the traffic lines, to reduce vibration, to reduce noise, and to increase people happiness. There are the benefits of vibration reduction solutions. We can calculate them in money or in economical growth or in just people safety, people happiness. They're all presented here, and I think that the work that we've done has shown that both the growing transport infrastructure and the growing number of people in the cities can cope together when one of the best practices are used. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Smirnov, thank you so much for your contribution. Really appreciate the kind of innovations that you shared with us on reducing vibration to improve the quality of life in our urban areas. Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, I think if we can differentiate between vibration and earthquakes in Gauteng would be good, right? Thank you very much. And I love how the discussion moved from provision of housing in Brazil to improving quality of life through innovation, as you've articulated here. Thank you so much for this. All right, next up, we've got from India, Mr. Kuldeep Narayan, who's the Director General for Housing for All Mission in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. He as well has prepared a presentation and he would share with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. What I'll be talking today is something that Housing for All mission that I briefly touched upon yesterday. That I'll be talking about how this urban and rural, both missions for Housing for All really come together, and what is the scale of the mission and how they are interacting with each other. This you have already seen. So let's start with right to housing that we consider in our Housing for All mission, because our assessment is that housing for high income group and middle income group is more or less addressed in the country. There is supply demand match, or rather supply is many times more than demand. But what we are not getting is where there is a shortage is economically weaker section housing or LIG housing. There we estimate that many a times there is a crowding out effect also because of lack of affordability of houses. Many people who are in middle income, they also go for low income group housing, and people who are EWS and LIG, they suffer from both supply of housing and affordability of housing. So what UN Habitat Agenda 1996 stated that when we are talking about shelter, let's not talk about roof over the head. It's more than that. It's adequate privacy, adequate space, physical accessibility, and adequate and accessible location with regard to work and basic facilities, which should be at affordable cost. So everyone, irrespective of his physical or financial capacity, should be able to access right to housing. This we have already seen many times. All we are talking about SDG 11 and working towards that. So this slide, what you see, is about housing for all in urban areas. Similarly, we have housing for all in rural area. We call it Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, that is Prime Minister's housing scheme. And taken together, urban and rural, close to 40 million houses have been sanctioned in last 8 years, out of which more than 30 millions are complete. And what we claim that this is world's largest housing program because of its number, and not only roof on the head but also toilet, kitchen, water and electricity in all the houses through convergence with all other missions. And when I talk about the features, there are 2 3 very unique features adopted on such a grand scale first time in India. You may be having similar features in your housing programs, like I was hearing about Brazil. Same way about basic facilities should be there in housing. We also have one provision where all the houses sanctioned are either in name of women beneficiaries, that is solely, or they are jointly in name of women. That means either it is husband wife both or only wife. If it is women headed household, then woman has to be one of the co-owners of the house that is being sanctioned, and only in case there is no woman in the house, only then the house is sanctioned to a male member of the family. That is one of the major provisions through which more than 95% of the houses that have been sanctioned under the mission are headed by women beneficiaries. And number two, similarly, we have preferences for differently abled, we have preferences for those who are living in very difficult family circumstances, and state governments have come up with in line with this national agenda, and in most of the states now stamp duty, or what we call the registration charges, they are made to nominal for such houses which are affordable in nature, affordable housing in category, and which are being purchased or constructed by women themselves. Another feature that I would like to highlight, this is not only a national program. This is a program where national government, provincial government, municipal government, and the individual family who is constructing the house, they all come together. It's neither 100% funded by national government, nor by provincial government. Rather, national government, provincial government, municipality, and all and the beneficiary, they come together, and I would say the ratio varies state to state, but almost 40 to 50% is borne by beneficiary, and 50 to 60% is borne by government of national, provincial or municipal government. So that what I'm trying to really say here, this is a kind of program which gives a nudge to people who want to build their houses, who want to purchase their houses, but are not being very comfortable financially to do that. So it provides a nudge. And in last 8 years, as I said, in urban areas only more than 11 million houses have been s- uh, m- more than 11 million have been sanctioned, and more than 7 million have been completed. Sorry. This is also one thing I would like to highlight. Yesterday, I was going through one of the schemes of South Africa, that there is a basic needs housing for, there is a cap below which people can get basic needs housing, and above which they are supported for constructing their houses. Something similar, we have almost 4 verticals in the program. That means because we assess, we understand that in such a vast country, where we have so many different languages, so much of cultural uh, variety, it is not possible to have simple design, single design for all over the country. And people are also not equally placed. Some people are having the land on which they want to construct the house themselves. Some people not having the land, but government gives some government land allot to them for constructing their houses. Then there are people who do not either own land where they can construct, or rather they would like to prefer go into apartments where some private party constructs the house or municipality constructs the house, and the house gets allotted on a subsidized prices to the individual families. So this is why there is a beneficiary led construction vertical, that is what we call BLC. There is a affordable housing in partnership, that is basically apartment kind of construction through public private partnership. Then there are in situ slum rehabilitation, where the land prices are high on which slum is there, and people are, the land is used as a resource and people are given apartment like houses on the same land, and remaining land is used for development of business and other structures. And then the fourth vertical is entirely different, where someone wants to purchase a house from any builder anywhere and he takes a loan from any banking institution, then the government gives a interest subvention on the loan. So this way, these four verticals kind of try to address different requirement of the population who wants a house of its own, and their situation, like having a land, not having land, being in big cities, being in small cities, taking a loan, constructing on their own, all those variations are settled. And in this scheme, let me point out, we do not specify any design. It's geoclimatically uh, designed by for the that particular province. In case of beneficiary led construction, people design their own houses and there is lot of variation. Just to show uh, yeah just to show these houses, you will not see anything similar. One is entirely different from the other. All of them are housing for all mission houses constructed by either beneficiaries or by municipalities. Then there, this is the kind of design variation that we see across the country. India is full of colors, and that you can see in the designing of houses also. And part of it, we are also promoting innovative construction technologies as far as big constructions are involved, or where we had a global housing technology challenge in India chapter, and we invited from all over the world various construction technology providers, and we chose 6 places as lighthouse projects where 6 buildings of moderate size, let's say 1,000 dwelling units per building, are being constructed using different technologies, and people from different universities, engineering colleges, engineering institutions do come and see. And this way we are also involved in promotion of innovative construction technologies which are resource efficient, which are environmentally sustainable, and which are fast in construction. Then another component I would like to highlight, and we'll be happy to share uh, these things. We are also promoting rental housing complexes, particularly in industrial cities or bigger cities where there is lot of migrant workers coming. There are people, students, there are people, uh, women, working women who are coming to city. They are not ready to own a house, but they want to have. So this is the program which has actually generated so many social outcomes. I will be ready. We can separately also we can discuss this, and we would be willing to learn from how you are doing it and share our knowledge how we are doing it. There are economic outcomes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Narayan, thank you so much for your contribution. Without trying to summarize what you shared with us, trying to link it up to previous discussions, the Housing for All program ties in very well with what was presented earlier on from Brazil in terms of the target for housing delivery that they're seeking to achieve. Noting the cafeteria approach to housing financing, as you've shared with us, and the innovative construction technology, which is linked to energy efficiency. It does seem like we do need to, among all of us, taking yesterday's theme, which was also very strong, of partnership and learning from each other, pull all of these things together and see how do we leverage off each other's experiences so that we do not repeat the mistakes that others have made. We move on now to China, and we would like to welcome Ms. Zhang, who is the Deputy Director General of Department of Building Energy Efficiency and Science and Technology, to share with us her contributions. Ms. Zhang, please.
女士们、先生们，大家好。很高兴能跟各位朋友分享中国在可持续住区方面采取的一系列措施和行动的计划。我们理解，城镇化是人口及经济社会活动向城市集聚，生产生活方式向现代化转变，经济结构持续优化，社会治理不断完善的这样一个过程。那么快速的城镇化呢，对中国的经济呢注入了强劲的动力。但与此同时呢，快速城镇化它带动了大量的人口呢在城乡之间、城市之间的流动，这些呢对城市的可持续发展带来了一系列的问题和挑战。一方面，人口流入的城市的空间结构呢是存在失衡问题的，基础设施的运行成本的持续上升，比如说上学难、就医难、住房难等城市病问题突出。这些呢，跟市民想要融入城市的这种期盼呢，是有很大的差距的。另一个方面呢，近年来呢，受到这个老龄化程度的加深和疫情传播等疫情的因素的影响呢，也暴露出社区的养老、托育等服务设施不完善，水电、路、气等市政基础设施呢，存在设施的老化和破损等问题。这些呢，都需要我们在下一步工作中呢进行更新改造。中国政府呢是非常重视可持续的住区工作的，我们始终坚持让全体人民住有所居，要更好推进以人为核心的城镇化，使城市更健康、更安全、更宜居，成为人民群众高品质生活的空间。在这里呢，我们多措并举，大力推进住房保障、老旧小区改造、完整社区建设工作，努力呢为人民提供更安全、更舒适的这样一个居住条件。首先，第一个呢，我想介绍的呢是加快完善住房保障体系这一块工作。住房保障呢是一个国家和地区文明的重要体现。刚才我听到，巴西和印度都在这方面做了很多的工作。中国呢是以满足群众基本的住房需求为重点，考虑到不同的群体的住房条件、支付能力呢，加快完善以公租房、保障性租赁住房、共有产权住房为主体的住房保障体系。我们现在呢是建设了一套比较完整的住房保障的政策和管理的制度，既包括金融、财税、土地等配套政策，也包括保障性住房的准入、使用、退出和运营管理的机制。这样呢，让我们需要帮助的这样住房困难的群众呢，能够真正受益。目前，多主体多渠道发展保障性租赁住房的格局呢，已经初步形成。我们累计开工建设筹集了470多万套保障性租赁住房，可以缓解 1400多万新市民和青年人的住房困难。此外呢，通过公租房、实物保障和租赁补贴呢，对城镇户籍呢低保和低收入的家庭呢应保尽保。有3800多万的困难群众呢住进了公租房，还有呢2700多万的困难群众呢通过领取这个租赁补贴呢，可以到市场自由的来自主租房。这是关于房子方面的第一方面的想介绍的情况。第二个方面呢是关于全面推进城镇老旧小区改造的。刚才呢，就是今天的会议刚开始就播放了重庆城镇老旧小区改造的这样一个实践，这就是我们老旧小区改造的一个缩影。我们说的城镇老旧小区呢，是指建成年代比较早、失养、失管、失修，市政基础设施配套不完善，社会服务设施不健全，居民呢改造意愿也比较强烈的这样的一个居住小区。我们从19年以来开始改造，那么到2020年、2022年底，这个4年来呢，总共是新开工改造了城镇老旧小区呢16.7万个，惠及居民啊2900多万户，8000多万人。在这里呢，它有几个方面的工作，我想可以跟大家简单介绍一下。一是合理确定改造的内容，我们加快呢，重点是加快改造提升呢有安全隐患的燃气等老旧管线，以及这个供水、排水、供电、弱电、道路、消防、生活垃圾分类等基础设施。同时，我们还因地制宜的增设了停车、充电、口袋公园等配套设施和养老、托育、助餐等服务类设施，这样呢就解决了很多居民日常生活这种急难愁盼的问题。第二个呢，我们是推进了无障碍环境的建设，我们印发了无障碍环境建设的“十四五”实施方案，发布了无障碍设计的规范、无障碍设施的施工验收和维护规范等。我们在这里明确了无障碍设施建设的目标和要求，并指导各地呢结合这个老旧小区改造啊，对既有的住宅加装电梯，这样呢就为残疾人、老年人的出行和上楼生活呢提供便利。第三个方面呢，其实我们是在整个老旧小区改造过程中呢，也搭建了居民的沟通意识平台，也就是说让居民全程参与进来，包括改不改、改什么、怎么改、包括改后的怎么管理，我想呢这些都是由居民共同商量来定的。那么通过这样的改造之后呢，我们有管理的就是物业管理的覆盖率呢大幅提升，居民呢也非常愿意参与到社区的治理和共同维护改造成果的之中来，居民之间的情感的联系呢也更加的温馨和和谐。那么这是第二项工作。第三方面呢，我们采取的工作呢是完整社区的建设。我们这里的完整社区呢是指这个基本公共服务设施完善，便民商业服务设施健全，市政基础设施完备和公共活动空间充足，以及物业管理就是实现全覆盖的这样一个社区。在这里呢，我们以社区为单元来推进这样的完整社区建设。我们主要做了2个方面的工作吧。首先，第一个是大家也都知道，老年人和儿童呢，大部分时间都是在社区里度过的。在这里呢，我们是以补齐老年人和儿童所需要的服务设施的短板为重点呢，来推进社区的建设。包括配建社区的综合服务站、社区的幼儿园、托儿所、老年服务站、卫生服务站等设施，为居民提供便捷的服务，更加精细化的服务。同时呢，我们还统筹若干个完整社区来构建了一个活力街区。在街区层面呢，我们配建小学、养老院、社区医院、社区公园等等设施，为居民呢打造这样的15分钟的生活圈，让居民可以享受到更加完善的公共服务。另一个方面呢，我们结合完整社区呢，也在打造儿童友好的空间。我们编制了城市儿童友好空间建设导则，我们提出了推进1米高度儿童视角设计，让广大儿童呢公平地享有便捷、舒适、包容的这样一个设施和空间等原则。我们也明确了从建筑到社区到15分钟生活圈的儿童设施的这样的建设和改造的要求。比如在社区层面，我们要求建设 完善便利的儿童的服务设施，要配置特色趣味的儿童活动空间，还要构建安全连续的儿童出行路径等。这些呢，都为儿童呢创造安全健康的成长的空间环境。接下来呢，我还想分享一个案例，一个实践案例吧。辽宁省沈阳市的武南社区呢，是建造于上世纪80年代，它总共呢有60栋楼，3000多户居民。在改造之前吧，这个小区呢可以说是基础设施比较破损，也缺少公共空间啊，绿化也很少。那么在这样的情况下呢，2019年以来呢，中国政府呢是投入了1.2亿元呢来改造这样一个老旧小区和打造完整社区建设。通过这样的工作呢，社区的硬件设施和服务呢都得到了综合的改造，群众呢居民的这个幸福感获得感呢也不断的提升。我们有几个方面的工作，比如说第一个方面，我们系统改造了地下的管网、外墙的保温、屋顶的防水、小区的道路、休闲的广场、园林绿化等30余项居民认为特别需要改造的项目。第二个呢，我们也围绕就是设施的建设了这个儿童可以进入的书房，增加了这个老年人使用的休闲长廊，还有这个为了安全设施所做的微型的消防站等等设施，开展了这个同时还引入了居家的养老机构，为老年人提供了助餐、助医、助洁、助育、助乐、助疾等6助的服务等等。那么第3个方面呢，我们还建设了这样的一个智慧的养老平台，让儿女呢可以时刻了解到老人的情况，有利于处理突发的事件。同时在就业方面呢，我们也推进了舒心就业平台进社区，搭建了很多的培训的直通车，就是为就业困难人群呢提供这样的一个技能培训和创业的培训。那么接下来呢，我们还将以让人民群众住上更好的房子为目标，持续完善住房的保障体系，继续扎实有序地推进城镇老旧小区改造，打造一批完整社区样板，不断来改善民计民生，提升住区和城市的包容性和韧性，让居民在城市生活的更方便、更舒心、更美好。谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Ms. Sheng. Just to remind ourselves, we are looking at how do we make our settlements more inclusive, more safer, but also particularly focusing on vulnerable households and individuals. Your examples really did demonstrate what China is doing, the focus on neighborhood development that considers the demographics, as you have shared with us what you do in neighborhoods with young children and with the old, are really an example that I think all of us can learn from. Thanks for that. All right, we are going to move along and now invite Mr. Umar Silla, who is the Director in the Regional Office for Africa at the UN Habitat. Welcome you, sir, to share with us.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and great for having me back again on scene. This purpose of the presentation is more about update on global processes, on elevating, the agenda as we are talking about cross-fertilizing partnership. Is very important to look at mechanism where we can fit together to make sure the issue we are discussing on related to urbanization is well captured by policies, but also we have the needed awareness for advancing this agenda. As you may know, a lot has been achieved over the last years, globally speaking, because after the adoption of this SDG 11 on safe, resilient cities, we have the new urban agenda, which was a common effort and consensus as an accelerator of the implementation of the SDGs, which is coming one of the framework that we are all looking into to make sure, the issue we are discussing has a very strong political backup, but at the same time, communities and others are involved. Recently as well, last year, we have these high-level meetings for the review of the new urban agenda in New York, which was a moment as well to reflect on progress made on the implementation of those key commitments. Of course, something we need to really expressed concern about it is a lack of maybe we can say attention on the connection between cities and climate change until recently when we have this IPCC report that make a close link between resilient cities, human health and dignity, and the issue of rapid growth of cities, which is giving us, new windows for us to see as we are talking about BRICS initiative on urbanization, how we can work together to advance, this particular issue when it comes to policy and regulatory framework. So, of course, demonstrating the connection between urbanization and climate change, I think now we have a lot of evidence based on policy, based on science. First thing is the level of pollution we are seeing as 40% of the pollution of carbon emission come from infrastructure and building in cities. But at the same time, looking into cost-benefit analysis, we have seen that when we address very well our infrastructures, we can make a benefit of 4.2 trillion by preventing climate-related loss and damages, which means that sometimes we just concentrate on the negative side of urbanization without looking at the positive element of that, because even in Africa context, the potential for investment when it comes to cities with a rapid trend of urbanization is $3 million, as we already estimated by PricewaterhouseCoopers, which means that in terms of investment, in terms of economic benefit, there's something we can do. Another area, of course, of concern for many countries and cities in Africa is the issue of waste management and generation, as we have seen 2 billion tons annually, generate in many cities. And here in Africa, I think less than half of those waste are not collected, which is a concern for emission of gas from 8 to 10%, which means that we need to look at as well as the circular element of it, in terms of job creation, in terms of economic development, how we can take advantage of that while we are really, making healthy our environment. And one issue we discussed as well over the last, the 2 days, yesterday and today, informality, especially when it comes to Africa. I think from the presentation this morning, we have seen the number, exaggerating number of people living in informal settlement. And yesterday from the presentation of the director of UN Habitat, we realize the number is increasing for many reasons. Of course, today in Africa, we are talking about more than 65% in urban sector working in informal settlement, which is showing a failure of our planning system and our ability to anticipate on this urban growth. And recently now, I think we have seen conflict, somebody talk about it, and climate change, increasing displacement and migration in cities, which has become, increased risk of expansion of this informality. But on that as well, related to that, is important of infrastructure as have been introduced in the topic. Today in Africa, the deficit of infrastructure is 121 billion per year, which means that there's a lot of work that needs to be done if you really want to fill the gap in terms of infrastructure. And at the same time, related to that, the housing deficit we have seen, it's not just about, talking about maybe the social function of housing, the economic and environmental function of housing. And today we have seen the deficit increasing in many countries in Africa. In Kenya, we are talking about 2 million deficit of housing because of many reasons. Financing has become always a problem. If you have seen, for example, the level of interest rate for mortgages in many countries in Africa is not affordable anymore. We are talking about from 7 to 25% of interest rate, which is quite exaggerating. But also the issue of land. I think somebody talked about it from India perspective. Land has become really a bottleneck for this housing industry to take off in terms of pricing, but also in terms of accessibility, in addition to the building material. And today, I think the whole question we should ask ourselves when it comes to housing is a contribution to economic GDP, as we have seen in terms of job creation, industrialization, which are some elements that we need to think about when it comes to the context of Africa. As I mentioned in terms of process, recently, we just concluded in Nairobi, the United Nations Habitat Assembly, which was a moment to reflect on progress made, on the implementation of global framework, but at the same time, to create consensus around critical issues. I think for the first time, the world come together and to agree on key critical issues that need relative concentration for the international community. 83 ministers agree that housing and climate change is an issue that we need to look at closely when it comes to urbanization, with the rapid trend of urbanization we are seeing in Africa. Most importantly as well, putting in the context of global crisis, because we have seen the failure of multilateralism, how they affect collaboration, but also this industry when it comes to urbanization. And today, I think fostering multilateralism and cooperation is critical to advance our agenda. And on that, during this assembly, I think 10 resolution was adopted, agree upon member state. I will not go through all those 10, but just to highlight key message coming from those resolutions. And those resolutions was covered by ministerial declaration, which is showing the consensus of critical issues. As the world is urbanizing, I think the role of cities in terms of producing gross domestic, sharing prosperity is fundamental in addressing climate change and also in putting in measures for adaptation and mitigation and to scale up all strategy for lost biodiversity, diversification, among others. But also something we need to acknowledge is the increased inequalities between territories and cities. That's something we experience from the COVID-19. And this is something as well which is lowering the risk, of resilience and the capacity of resilience of cities. That's the reason why member states commit themselves to advance multilateralism and also to collaborate north-south, south-south, and to see how we can best, work together through territorial planning, multi-level governance, and adaptation measures and mitigation to fight, those risks that cities are facing in addition to the issue of financing. One resolution which was critical of that and which is in line with the conversation is the issue of affordable housing, adequate housing. And today, I think the discrepancy between affordability, prices, and access to housing is quite visible in many countries. So which means that today, member state has decided to create what we call an intergovernmental expert working group to take track of all those commitments, but also analyze policy and give update on the progress we are making, to addressing the issue of affordable housing, and most importantly, establish a data system and mechanism. From there, we can have, basics, strong basis for decision making. Another resolution which was championed by South Africa is the one on informal settlement, called Accelerating Transformation of Informal Settlement and Slums by 2030, which is quite a very important step as we see, how much, the issue of informality has become overwhelming in terms of access to basic services, water, sanitation. But at the end of the day as well, it's good to have a consensus around this issue. And there was 10 action points already established through this resolution. Most importantly, take a policy and action and building on experience to accelerate, the transformation of slums with innovation and looking at the role of digital. Another resolution, it was about what we call international guideline on people-centered smart city. As we talk about smart cities a lot, I think we need to bring the human right dimension and place people in the center of this conversation to reduce this digital divide and make sure as well we have appropriate regulation and also plan and strategy to ensure digital urban infrastructure and data contribute to making cities and human settlement inclusive and prosperous. I think this is one element and enablers we are seeing in accelerating the transformation in cities in a positive way, economically, socially, and environmentally. And another resolution, lastly, is the one on the interlinkages between urbanization and climate change. I think this was quite a breakthrough and eyes-opening in a sense that this connection was not well perceived by policy and decision makers. And through this resolution now, we have a strong basis and documentation on this connection and building on this IPCC report, which recognize urban area and the link with climate change as a risk on human health, livelihood, and care infrastructure, and also the concern regarding the fact that climate change, coupled with poorly planned and unplanned urbanization, has rendered many human settlement and population vulnerable to natural and human-made disaster. So on that, I think there's a provision on strengthening the urban dimension in national determined contribution as a way of creating an integrated approach. Those are just some summary of key resolution, but what is important today in terms of perspective is how we can support those resolution and looking into opportunity of cross-fertilizing, but also in terms of advances the agenda globally speaking. And on that, we need to look at as well on the upcoming events. And at the global level, we'll have the SDG summit in September. Give us an opportunity as well to come together and see how best we can connect, the global discourse on what's going on in the different regions. And lastly, we'll have the World Urban Forum in Cairo next year, which gives another opportunity to gather and to caucus and discuss the issue. This is just some element of update I want to share. Again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uma. Really appreciate how you are taking us back and reminding us of some of the resolutions that we are party to, the UN Habitat Assembly in Kenya, and those resolutions on smart cities, on informal settlement, which South Africa is championing, urbanization and climate change. And I think out of your contribution, is it safe to say that we do have the support of the UN Habitat in the implementation of the Global Action Plan for Informal Settlements and Slums? Okay, so we'll note that. And also one notes the fact that with all these other summits that are coming up and the discussions we are having here today, including the SDG summit that is posed for later in the year, I think it is in September, we need to funnel everything and see how, in terms of our experiences, our reporting, and making sure that we track progress, that we are all on the same page, and maybe some form of a structure, secretariat role that will assist in making sure that per country and also at sub-national level that these things are tracked and are monitored. Thank you so much for that. We now move on to Ms. Patty Homo, who is the acting CEO for MISA, who will be also sharing with us. I believe that she's got a PowerPoint presentation that she'd like to do for us. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all our dignitaries from the BRICS member states, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be bringing a municipal infrastructure perspective to this conversation because there's a very strong correlation between human settlements and municipal infrastructure. Because without sustainable municipal infrastructure, you will not realize integrated human settlements. Okay. So I'm just going to take you through a few slides where I'll just be highlighting, firstly, okay, may I be assisted to? Okay. I had a nightmare about this and now it's happening. I'm not sure how to. If I go to the next one, it's great. Oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, this is just in contribution to SDG number 11, which talks about sustainable cities and communities. So just to reflect on some of the key challenges that are facing the local sphere of government in South Africa in as far as infrastructure development is concerned. I'm just going to highlight a few. This is just merely scratching the surface because there's actually quite more problems and challenges associated with infrastructure development in the municipal space. First of all, poor and short-term planning. Much as regulations provide for a 5-year integrated development plan, I think we need to dwell more on getting municipalities to plan for a longer term horizon in as far as infrastructure is concerned. Because as it is now, municipalities mostly are limited to 3 or 5 years planning, which is also in line with the medium-term expenditure framework. But we need to take a more longer-term view in as far as infrastructure planning is concerned. Poor coordination and integration, as I indicated earlier, there's a very strong correlation between human settlements as well as municipal infrastructure. Now, in most cases, there is fragmentation between building houses as well as ensuring that there's underlying bulk infrastructure that is supposed to be provided by municipalities. I was observing with keen interest that most of the BRICS member countries have got a ministry that combines human settlements as well as urban development, which is something that maybe can be considered. I hope this is not a career limiting thought, Minister, but it makes a lot of sense that you have a department that deals with planning, infrastructure, as well as human settlements. And then under investment in municipal infrastructure, I think there was a lot said yesterday about the need to ramp up infrastructure investment. A lot of our municipalities are unfortunately low capacity municipalities, and they do not have a healthy balance sheet to raise capital in the capital debt market. A few metros and a few intermediate cities are able to do that, but we need to look at different funding options and tools and mechanisms, especially for under-resourced municipalities. Poor management of assets, this is a very critical challenge that we are dealing with. And that's why you see some of the infrastructure, some of the roads that are on the pictures that show that as a result of poor management of the infrastructure, you end up having roads that are easily swept away by rainwater. Even if it's not a flood, just heavy rains, our roads cannot withstand such. And then inadequate technical capacity. I think MISA is an entity that was established to primarily support municipalities to implement infrastructure through the technical expertise that we deploy. But this is not enough, and we should actually ensure that we get more technical skills at municipal level so that they can plan for infrastructure that can withhold climate change. Inadequate infrastructure, not resilient, to and adaptive to climate change. As I've indicated, a lot of municipalities do not take into consideration climate change when they plan and implement their infrastructure programs. And hence you find that when a disaster strikes, especially floods, that roads, bridges, even houses get swept away because they were not planned in such a way that they are adaptive to climate change. Infrastructure capacity is limited and does not match the growth. And this is mostly prevalent in the most urban areas and highly densified municipalities. Also where you have a challenge of informal settlements, that you have a lot of people now settling in the area. But unfortunately, the infrastructure that was built at the time cannot withhold the growth in terms of population. And then lastly, conventional infrastructure is very costly and very high maintenance. I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues who is an engineer and was asking how much does it cost to build 1 kilometer tarred road? And he says plus minus 3.5 million rands. And that's the equivalent of about 200,000 US dollars. That is very costly. And we have to find alternative ways of building roads that are not only so costly, but are also resilient and are easy to maintain. Now, what are some of the proposed solutions? And I'll just touch on a few. Firstly, we need to strengthen our infrastructure development regulations. Much as we do have those regulations by the professional bodies and those regulatory bodies, but I think there needs to be a deliberate intention of strengthening them such that municipalities are actually mandated to build infrastructure in a way that is resilient to climate change. Amend and standardize some of the structural design codes and standards. I think in a way this will assist municipalities, especially those that do not have the necessary capability to plan and implement their infrastructure according to those standards and codes that will be regulated. Design and build infrastructure that will carry the current and future demands. As I said, there's a lot of growth happening in some of the areas which was not planned for by municipalities. And this puts a lot of pressure on the municipalities because they are forced to provide services to these communities. And that is why in some instances you find that municipalities resort to providing services which are not dignified, such as the bucket toilet system. And we need to help and support municipalities to plan in such a way that whenever this growth happens, they are ready to actually withstand that growth. And then explore alternative water sources, such as augmenting surface water with groundwater, seawater desalination. I think a lot was said about this in the previous panel, that South Africa has an abundance of groundwater, but we are not exploiting that. So we need to have deliberate discussions about how we utilize this abundant groundwater and seawater, because we have a lot of seawater, but we are not utilizing it. And it's actually in municipalities that are experiencing droughts. Intensify and prioritize water conservation and demand management programs. I think this was also mentioned in the last panel, and that would include programs such as non-revenue water reduction that the DBSA, in collaboration with ourselves and the Department of Water and Sanitation, are working on. And then I think importantly, we need to involve communities in infrastructure development value chain. And I think it's one area that we are falling short of in South Africa, especially in the municipal space, that we don't effectively and efficiently involve communities in the infrastructure value chain. Yes, we do have consultation sessions when we do the integrated development planning, but we need to really involve them, especially in programs and projects that affect them, especially when instances of floods and disasters happen. Then you know that you have a community that knows how to respond to these disasters. And then lastly, we need to incentivize climate change resilient infrastructure development, and also disincentivize to some extent. And I think this, in a way, will encourage municipalities to be deliberate when they plan and implement infrastructure, because there will be some form of incentive coming to them. Some of the current initiatives that we are driving through the municipal infrastructure support agent. The first one is the Eastern Seaboard Development Project, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. But this is an initiative that came out of a commitment that was made by the President of South Africa in 2019, where he said he is committing that we are going to build new smart cities with skyscrapers, hospitals accessible to community schools and so on, using smart technology. So we then launched what you call the Eastern Seaboard Development Project, which is a response to that commitment made by the president to build a new smart coastal city. And I'll give a little bit more detail in the next slide. And then we also have a design office in MISA that we are working on. So this design office will seek to standardize designs and drawings for infrastructure, and especially supporting the low capacity municipalities that struggle with technical capability, and also to reduce the reliance on consultants to do drawings and designs. So this is one of the initiatives, and we're infusing the smart infrastructure into these designs. And then capacity development, we do a lot of technical capacity development, where we train young graduates, municipal officials, artisans to be process controllers, mechanical engineers, and so on. So this is our contribution towards building technical capability in the state, especially in the local government sphere. Now, the Eastern Seaboard Development Program that I spoke about. So we are in the process of finalizing the Regional Spatial Development Framework. And it's got 7 objectives, which in the main respond to spatial sustainability, spatial transformation and economic transition, integrated and sustainable human settlements, connectivity, unlocking the economic development potential in this area, integrated rural development, as well as good governance. Now, this area, in terms of the map that is depicted there, is located in 4 districts. 2 of them are in KZN, and the other 2 are in the Eastern Cape, and they're all falling along the eastern coast of the 2 provinces. Now, there are 17 local municipalities that will be hosting this development. And in each local municipality, there are special nodes and development corridors that we have identified. So the intention is not to have one large city, but to have a development that embraces smart development, where we will utilize the endowments and the growth opportunities in each of these municipalities to develop this highly underdeveloped area. Now, in closing, some areas of collaboration that I believe that we can embark upon as the BRICS member states is firstly, learning on the use of new technology for sustainable and quality municipal infrastructure. I'm sure there's quite a lot that we can learn from the other countries. Long-term infrastructure planning, as I've indicated. And then lastly, we need to learn how the other countries develop technical skills, especially in the municipal space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Acting CEO. I suppose with some of the points that you've raised here, particularly when you were talking about the cost of conventional infrastructure being very high, and in turn, is it correct for me to say that you are advocating for nature-based solutions to infrastructure development? And the points that you are raising on the incentivizing and disincentivizing towards resilient infrastructure, those things will also mean that we need to look at our funding model for infrastructure development, which then says the question, the age-old question, Deputy Minister, that we used to ask about how much does it cost to build a kilometer, 1 kilometer of a road? The question now would be, depends on what materials you are using. Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. We will now invite to the podium the Deputy Director General, Ms. Nana Mhlongo, from the Department of Human Settlements, to share with us her input as well.
Good afternoon, and all protocol observed. The name tag that I was sitting next to was misleading. I'm not a mister. I am a miss. I'm representing the acting Director General of the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity. I think some of the detail has been covered by the acting CEO in terms of the challenges that we are dealing with in the human settlements space. So what I will be focusing on is to just highlight some of the strategic interventions that we are putting as at a national level. Briefly take you through some of the interventions when it comes to climate change response, which I think we had a detail in terms of the impact in the different provinces, with this province which is hosting us today being also one of the most affected. But then to saying how then we are putting our responses as interventions going forward, but also to highlight the issues relating to policy shift in terms of us as a country, not only responding to housing, but to human settlements, and supported by necessary regulatory frameworks going forward. The issue of urbanization has got a very high impact when it comes to human settlements development space. In South Africa, I think yesterday we had, in terms of urbanization rate, estimated around 62%. And the projections are that by 2050, we could be around 77%. And then it therefore implies that our responses need to be very much aligned and making sure that our outcomes are measurable in terms of our targets. But over and above the issue of urbanization and its impact, South Africa is dealing with a wound that is not healing. In terms of the redress of the past imbalances when it comes to equality and spatial transformation. As with that consideration, one of the strategic areas that the department is focusing on is really to having identified priority development areas when it comes to a human settlements development. And those have identified 12 areas in which we call pillars, which then seek to measure spatial transformation through human settlements development. Such would include land, economic development, job creation, climate change, natural environment, housing typologies, density, property markets, amenities and services, land use and social cohesion, which is a critical aspect in terms of an outcome that we look into. So in terms of the human settlements development instruments, we focus on three elements, which is policy, in terms of our Housing Act, which I will later talk into in terms of what the work that we are looking into. The plans, we develop multi-year plans, which also give effect into annual plans through provincial as well as local government, but also different funding mechanisms. There is various grants that are seeking to promote the development of human settlements. So in responding to human settlements, spatial transformation, the following are the objectives that we're focusing on: forward-looking land assembly and township establishment, upgrading of informal settlements, and national statistics show that we have more than 3,000 informal settlements across the country. So that is then the challenge that we have to deal with. And while we have been focusing on the metropolitan areas, there is an emerging trend in terms of secondary cities in the growth of informal settlements, where then also there is a redirected effort in ensuring that we deal with those issues in a concerted effort with other role players. Social housing, restructuring zones, and as well as creation of opportunities for greenfield development, but also looking into distressed and degenerated land communities. So in terms of then the priority development areas, a fiscal investment of close to 5 billion has been injected since 2021 and to date as at end of March 2023. So this is also done through the various grants that are seeking to support the different initiatives that we are promoting as government. Yesterday's discussion highlighted a lot around the impact of climate change in the country, and as a country we've been experiencing those. There's a number of provinces that have been looking into creating strategies. I think some were shared even in yesterday's presentations. It is then important to highlight the national intervention in this regard, which involves the administration and management of emergency housing response. And this is aligned to the National Disaster Act, but to also then to make sure that within the space that we occupy in the human settlements development, we have a direct response. And with that initiative, I think the CEO also highlighted the issue of alternative building technologies. That is when then we are beginning to saying
as part of the intervention in cases of emergencies, how then do we embrace alternative building technologies going forward, not only in terms of emergencies, but also as a standard delivery mechanism in terms of then the approaches that we implement as a country. Looking into the issues of energy performance, but also in terms of the effectiveness and improving in our delivery timelines, where then we deal with an emergency and it is treated like an emergency, that it's not a long-term intervention going forward. Then the last point which I want to highlight, Chairperson, is then the issues around the policy shift. Although we have a number of regulatory frameworks that are supporting us in terms of the space of human settlement development, there has not been a coherent alignment in terms of then making sure that our legislative frameworks are talking to human settlements development. The focus is still on housing, which we then consider that housing is a component of human settlement, but then to create a settlement, it requires a concerted effort, where then we are looking into the institutional arrangements within government, how then we can collaborate and identify the key indicators that define a human settlement. And that will also include, in terms of us defining what we mean by integration, what we mean by sustainability, even what we mean by human elements when we define human settlements. So those are the issues that we need to look into. But also when in terms of our delivery approaches, how then do we create an asset value in terms of the products that we deliver when it comes to human settlements? So it's looking into then redefining the human settlements delivery value chain, where we don't look into the delivery of housing, but to saying what does it take to deliver a settlement, who is a role player, and then how then do we move forward in terms of those issues. I think yesterday the Deputy Minister made reference in terms of the district development model, which is also then a vehicle that we are saying we are not starting from scratch. We will look into the opportunities that we already have created. We will look at the funding mechanisms that we have. We have the Urban Settlement Development Grant, which is seeking to promote a comprehensive approach when it comes to human settlements. How then do we remodel our funding mechanisms so that going forward, then we are able to make an impact? But also to emphasize that when we talk in terms of the settlement, we're looking into infrastructure investment in terms of road networks, but not only that they are available in terms of the quality and the connectivity that it enables in terms of the communities that we establish. When we look into the amenities, we look into health infrastructure, but just not the buildings, in terms of the issues of maintenance, in terms of then how do those facilities provide good quality when it comes to healthcare. And it's the same principle when it comes to education. Yes, we can have school infrastructure, but then how then do we give effect to the value in terms of the quality of education, so that at the end of the day we can be able to make a contribution into the dignity and also promote social cohesion. I think yesterday there was an emphasis when it comes to human settlements from the case of China, where there was a emphasis in terms of security. How then, through our developments, we can begin then to make sure that there is security. I see the chair. So those are the issues that we are looking into, including, as I conclude, Chairperson, the harnessing technological advancement. And there was an emphasis, I think, from the UJ presentation earlier this morning in terms of redefining governance, where governance does not only look into regulatory frameworks, but also then in terms of saying, how then do we involve our citizens and capacitating them when it comes to the issues of development. So I think those are the issues that we would wanted to highlight. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
DDG, thank you so much for your contribution. You were speaking to a policy shift. Is it a shift or rather an adherence to what our policy is already calling for when it comes to all our built environment ministries and departments towards working together? Because as I was listening to you, it was interesting to see the linkage between what you said and what our panelists from China shared with us in terms of integrated development and planning for the neighborhood that you want to plan, planning with the neighborhood, the demographics at heart, making sure that you respond to the needs of the people there. And that would require for you to bring all the relevant actors and ministries there. So there's something that South Africa needs to think about here. And I think you were also emphasized the need for us to redefine housing delivery, the value chain for housing delivery across all departments, which is a theme that is also cross-cutting. Thanks for your contributions. Last but not least, to end us on a very high note, no pressure, Councillor Sotashe. Would like to invite Councillor Kola Sotashe, who is the member of the National Executive Committee of SALGA. He is also the chairperson of the Human Settlement Urban Agenda Working Group at SALGA, South African Local Government Association. Over to you, sir.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Afternoon to everybody. We were presented with 5 questions, and then we opted to respond to the question that requires us as BRICS member countries to share a program, project, or initiative being implemented in one of our cities or more, focusing in access to and provision of infrastructure, basic services, as well as affordable housing towards urban resilience. Program Director, we want to approach this presentation differently. We premise our contribution from what the Director of UN Habitat yesterday, I was whispering with the officials from the Office of the UN Habitat to say that there is a conflicting data out there. There is no accurate data that projects by 2050 what percentage of people will be living in the urban cities. Some are saying it's 68%, some are saying it's 80%, but we all agree that by 2050 we've got a challenge as the world. So all of us, we need to have systems in place to respond to the issue of urbanization. Urbanization is a global phenomenon. It's not confined to a certain country. And I think it's important for this BRICS forum to pronounce itself in terms of how do we make sure that we respond to the issue of the urbanization. In South Africa, we developed a policy, which is your integrated urban development framework, which seeks to foster a shared understanding across government and society and about how best to manage and achieve the goals of economic development, job creation, and living conditions for our people. So we believe as SALGA that urbanization has the potential to create numerous opportunities. But the urbanization of poverty, however, has meant that many of our people live in various forms of vulnerability, including informality and related insecurities disasters, inequalities, and so on. Many of these people have resorted to seeking a shelter in informal settlements on outskirts of our cities and towns, dilapidated buildings in the inner cities, backyards of other people's dwellings, etc. We know that the secondary cities are a conduit for urbanization, because before people settled in the urban cities, they used the secondary cities to achieve their desires. While it is important to note that South Africa has provided over 5 million houses, um, um, 5 million housing opportunities since democracy, rapid urbanization is resulting in millions still seeking housing in our cities and towns, making a housing market as a moving target. So we also believe that Salga, the high mobility of urban dwellers makes home ownership a difficult task, because some of the people that would go to these urban cities, they don't necessarily seek for ownership. They want just shelter over their heads. Salga has facilitated various engagements between the various spheres of government and civil society formation interested in land and housing. These have led to the recognition that enabling small-scale rental accommodation, including what many refer as backyard dwellings, in a structured manner that can create numerous opportunities. For an example, backyard dwelling helps address the backlog of people in need of shelter in a preferred location. It assists with the densification and associated efficiencies based on economies of scale. It also provides landlords a gateway to participate in the housing market. This responds to what I said from my opening remarks, that our policy initiative, which is the Integrated Urban Development Framework, this issue of backyard dwelling respond to that policy initiative. It is, however, essential that this must be guided by effective policy and progressive regulatory, as well as financing and fiscal mechanism. We know that as local government in South Africa, we have a problem in terms of the fiscal allocations. Many of our, local government is receiving less than 10% from the national fiscus, and yet we are expected to respond to this global phenomenon that we are talking about today. So there are serious engagements that are taking place as we speak with our national government to make sure that we review the budget allocation, especially for local government. And it is important for COCTA to play that critical role to make sure that local government is catered for. The local government fraternity has called for supportive policy and regulation to enable and upscale affordable rental accommodation. I do know that the municipality that I'm coming from, which is the city of Cape Town, there is a discussion that is beginning to take place, that how do we make sure that we regulate the backyard dwelling, which will help, for revenue for the municipality, because there will be a direct relationship between the backyard dwellers, or to say the tenants, and the municipality. Numerous micro developers have begun investing in this market. That's creating a gateway into a real estate market, while assisting the state to address one of the most pressing post-democracy challenges. Because municipalities, the white paper of 1998, assumed that 90% of revenue generation will be coming from the municipalities. But that is not the case as we speak now in South Africa, because most of the municipalities are dependent on grants and so on. So we need to develop other mechanisms to make sure that we support the municipalities to respond to this. Municipalities can contribute through mechanisms at their disposal, such as enabling planning, responsive land use management, bulk infrastructure, and other social amenities. Regarding regulations, while it is essential to maintain law and order, including in managing urban form through spatial planning and land use management, regulations must accommodate the different forms of informality, appropriate residential densification, alternative building technologies, and materials. We are discussing that also in our MINMEC, human settlement, to make sure that we need to adapt. The climate change is upon us. So the kind of materials that we produce must be able to respond to the issue of the climate change. Inappropriate regulations and enforcement just lead to chaos and missed opportunities. SALGA is currently working with policymakers and civil society in an attempt to facilitate appropriate management of this value chain. On infrastructure and housing, it is critical that we build climate resilience infrastructure, including roads, transport system, housing, etc. We must, for example, accept that the renewable energy, such as a small-scale embedded energy, such as solar rooftops, I know that at our MINMEC, this is one of the top of agenda that we need to intervene. We must also acknowledge the impact of this on municipal revenue, which has been reliant in part of the sale of selected services, including electricity. I conclude by highlighting that in South Africa, we have made a policy shift from housing delivery to the establishment of integrated sustainable human settlement. Not about delivering houses, but our approach should be broad, and it includes also all other issues, as I mentioned earlier, the issues of amenities and so on, which requires effective collaborations between those who build houses, those who deliver various forms of infrastructure and services, whilst considering the future of our kids through sustainable development. All this is best managed at the local level. The role of local authorities supporting them and celebrating their progress can therefore not be overemphasized. And I think as a global south, fortunately, China and Russia is part of the global south. Now, with the countries of the global south, and then we are confronted with this phenomenon of urbanization. What financial resource mechanism as global south countries we can put in place to make sure that we sustain our resolve in responding to urbanization? I will leave the forum with that question. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sotashe, thank you so much for your contribution and for taking us back to the fundamental question that says, how do we respond to urbanization? Also appreciate you reminding the delegates from South Africa of the pivotal role that the Integrated Urban Development Framework plays in planning for the urban and perhaps in responding to the question that you have so adequately posed to us. So my task now is to try and summarize the key themes that have come out of this session. I picked up words such as innovation coming up of this discussion, partnership, nature-based solutions, data, global commitments were also mentioned. So with this, I think this meeting was very clear to say that we do need to formalize how we engage with each other, particularly on issues of urban development at a national level, but also at a subnational level, picking from what Councillor Sotashe reminded us of to say that everything, all of this that we've spoken of is managed at a local level. So therefore, we do need to coordinate ourselves to monitor our commitments and our plans and to share with each other at a national and at a subnational level. Number two, I also picked up that we do need to think about innovative funding models for urban resilience, which will develop the BRICS nations, looking at human settlement development. Number three, I also did pick up that we welcome the support from UN Habitat and the emphasis on the implementation of the Global Action Plan for Informal Settlements, and the use for data as an infrastructure to build economic prosperity and sustainable resilient cities through just transition was also emphasized in this discussion. Lastly, the need for integration across sectoral departments within countries and sharing of lessons with the counterparts in the BRIC countries was also emphasized. With that, MC, I hand over to you. Thank you so much for the session.
Thank you very much, Ms. Latwayo, and all the panel members. I'm going to request, this is a very lucky panel. I'm going to request that we be joined here in front by Nkosi Joy. He's a member of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders to assist us with the handing over of gifts. It hasn't happened since yesterday that we have a member of the House assisting with this part. So this is a lucky a panel that we are having here. Madib. So we start with Mr. Silla. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And then Councillor Sotasha next. Thank you. And the DG, Mr. Narayan. And of course, Mr. Smenov, and that is the name indeed, is Smenov. Smenov, thank you very much. Not the one some might be thinking of, not that one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Kosi Joy. I'm sure it felt good shaking hands with royalty. Yes, thank you very much. You want a photo opportunity for all the panel members? Thanks. Thank you, Kosi Joy. As they do that, there's a proposal from the program directors. Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, they've been complete without. There's a proposal from the program directors. The program directors, which is just one person at this stage, but we'll use plural for purposes of this proposal, are proposing as follows. At 2 o'clock, we will have to change over to the generator. So if we break for lunch now, there is the risk that we will have to interrupt the program at 2 o'clock. So the program directors are proposing that we take the last session, which has got only 3 panel members. Then we will go for lunch at around 1:30, so that when the changeover takes place, we will basically still be at lunch. And then we come back around 2:30, we deal with the closing session. That's the proposal from, okay, great. Okay, so the city manager, Itequini, as you get ready with your panel, they can show the National Special Development Framework clip as the city manager comes forward with the members of the last panel as they get ready. I hope that they've got that clip ready. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, 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 hey. Oh, oh, oh. Uyasasungumanina igama lakho lishutini na isibango sakho sithini na umveli nqamo yamazina asihlonipheni amasiko asibuyele emasisweni siqheye siqathe ngoba isimo lakho iphupho lakho isimo labo ubizo lwakho iphupho lakho ubuzwe babo ubuntu babo iphupho amasiko ami izithethe zami ndiyazinga ngazo amasiko ami izithethe zami ndiyazinga ngazo ndiyazinga mna usiko lwabo ubizo lwabo iphupho ubuzwe babo ubuntu babo iphupho amasiko ami izithethe zami ndiyazinga ngazo amasiko ami izithethe zami ndiyazinga ngazo ndiyazinga mina ndiyayiqhenya mina Oh, tulani nijibugele. Decide. Nina nijibabo. Oh, tulani nijibugele. Decide. Kiyasinga na. Kiyaikenya mina. Now I'm a single. I'm a single man. It's intense. Diazinangas. I'm a single man. It's intense. Diazinangas. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Sanbonani, can you see your wave? Hello. So I'm just here. I'm going to show you something just to give you a little breath of fresh air with entertainment, of course. So the song I'm going to perform now is titled Paga Mambogoto, which means rise, women, rise. Do we have women in the house? Do we have ladies in the house? So this song is dedicated to you as we are approaching Women's Month, and of course understanding that the role that are supposed to be taken up by women in this particular space. We have to take up space, right? So with this song, I'm dedicating it to you. It's called Paga Mambogoto by myself, Nonzwagaz. Enjoy. Uyazizwa lezo ziki yangeni mbugoto. More track please. Uyazizwa lezo ziki yanyatheli mbugoto. Yangena kwa shunguthuli hemya. Yangena baniki na makata. Yangena bakala babagasa. Bayibuza ukuthi wenza kanjani. Yangena kwa shunguthuli hemya. Yangena baniki na makata. Yangena bakala babagasa. Bayibuza ukuthi wenza kanjani. Just hold your head up high, soar and reach for the sky. So cool, my brother. So cool, my brother. You're the fire. You can do this. You can leave. Uyazizwa lezo ziki yangeni mbugoto. Uyazizwa lezo ziki yanyatheli mbugoto. Yangena yakhanya mesizwi. Yangena yalamula impi. Bathulela baphele kwathifanya. Babizana bathwala bantu khama. Bafuna ukuyihlamazamisa. Bafuna ukuyihlanganyela. Bafuna ukuyibona iwa. Kanti amazi lawo mapaphuke. Just hold your head up high. Wanting to pass it. Wanting to pass it. Where are my women in the house? Come on. Wanting to pass it. Panama. Wanting to pass it. Wanting to pass it. Come on. Wanting to pass it. Oh, Panama. Last night, come on, hey. Wanting to pass it. Come on, wanting to pass it. Yeah, wanting to pass it. That's right, Panama. Wanting to pass it. Wanting to pass it. Wanting to pass it. Oh, Panama. Panama, Bogot. Ikamala Mnonzwagazi, thank you so very much. Thank you.
Okay. Program Director, esteemed guests, protocol is observed. We have shifted our program slightly. We were going to do this one after lunchtime, but we have taken a decision to bring this one forward. There is one speaker who's part of this panel who's supposed to be joining here. Mtakamtimande, Mr. Dingwenye. Khona umfoka Ngwenya. Asondele eze ngaphambili. Ngesikhathi sisalinde umfoka Ngwenya, there is this expensive gadget that was lost and found in the bathroom. So I'm sure the owner is probably running around there. But in the true BRICS spirit, we brought it back here. And we want the owner, and the owner will have to tell me about the features, salient features of this gadget to show that he or she is indeed the owner. So it will be here, it will be kept with the main facilitator, the lady behind me here who's taking it. Thank you very much. Simele umfoka Ngwenya ke manje. Does anyone know Umtimande, Mr. Croc? We call them Croc lang Pumakon. In the interest of time, let me introduce myself. My name is Musampele. I am the city manager of eThekwini municipality. I am going to be facilitating this interesting session. It is interesting indeed. Nangu mbatha. Umfose mbatheni mthiya. You can take your place there. We will allow you to come and present when the time comes. This is a very interesting session, like all others before it. It's so interesting in a sense that as part of a broader theme of advancing, strengthening, and building urban resilience, we're looking at enhancing urban efficiencies through centering data as infrastructure. Some of you may have generated a lot of data since they woke up this morning without them being aware that indeed they have done that. That shows the centricity of data in our modern lifestyle, but certainly so as part of urban development practitioners. Some of us, when they woke up this morning, they decided on the toothpaste
they want to use. And certainly, partly they also decide for the whole family what kind of toothpaste, what kind of soap, which service station to use, how much to fill up. They've made all sorts of decisions that in the process have helped to generate data. Yet, we hardly ever focus on data as a critical aspect of decision making and the extent to which it helps to enhance urban efficiencies, urban management efficiencies. So we generate data on an ongoing basis. And it's critical that now it becomes central as part of our decision-making tool. This theme, the topic here, focuses on utilizing data as a foundational resource to improve the effectiveness and productivity of urban environments. By leveraging data analytics, real-time monitoring, and data-driven decision-making, local governments can optimize service delivery, resource allocation, and indeed urban planning. The key idea is to treat data as a critical component of urban infrastructure, similar to physical infrastructure like roads and utilities. By collecting and analyzing data from various sources, such as citizen feedback systems, local governments can gain valuable insight into urban trends, identify areas for improvement, enhance operational efficiencies, drive policy, and make data-driven decisions. So central is data in almost every aspect of our decision-making processes. This session focuses on the following key objectives. Objective number one, to emphasize the importance of data as a critical infrastructure. So few of us have ever thought of data as part of infrastructure. We always think of infrastructure as physical aspects, as I've said above, physical aspect, as I've said above. However, this objective seeks to highlight the significance of data as a foundational element in urban environments. By considering data as critical infrastructure, the aim is to raise awareness of its essential role in improving efficiency and effectiveness in urban systems. Objective number two, to explore the potential of data in improving service delivery. Here we are seeking to examine how data-driven insights can enhance delivery of public services in urban areas. This includes analyzing how data can be leveraged to optimize resource allocation, streamline processes, and improve the overall quality of services provided to residents. Number three, showcase the use of data as operational efficiency tool. The aim is to ensure how data can be used to enhance operational efficiencies in urban context. This involves how data analytics can be applied to various aspects, such as urban planning, infrastructure development, resource management, and transportation networks to improve overall urban efficiencies. Number four, highlight the role of data in policy decision making. As I've said, the objective is to demonstrate how data can inform policy development and decision-making processes in the urban setup. By utilizing data-driven insights, policymakers can make evidence-based decisions that address urban challenges and allocate resources more effectively. Number five, address challenges and considerations. The objective here is to discuss the challenges and considerations associated with centering data as critical infrastructure. This involves exploring issues such as data privacy, security, data governance, equitable access, and ensuring that the benefits of data-centric initiatives are inclusive and beneficial to all residents. Lastly, highlight relevant case studies and data-driven initiatives within BRICS block of countries. The objective here is to focus on specific examples and efforts in leveraging data for improving urban efficiencies. With me here, I've got a panel of experts, and I would like to introduce them one by one. From Brazil, we have Mr. Nathan Belcavillo de Oliveira. Mr. De Oliveira on the right-hand side. And then we have from China, Mr. Zhang Yongbo, and from South Africa, we have Mr. Dumisa Ngwenya, Mtimandomko. Thank you very much. But before I allow my fellow panelists to take turns to present how they use data as critical infrastructure in their countries, I'm going to allow Dr. Sandile Mbata from a smart city on the eastern seaboard of South Africa called eThekwini. He's going to be taking us through how this city is using data across all walks of life and how data is central in policy making and decision making on an ongoing basis in this particular city. He is going to be doing it as part of a project called Strategic Hub, an award-winning internationally project backed up by a number of well-renowned partners like Microsoft and what have you. And without much further ado, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Sandile Mbata. Mtia Sonchigas, if you may please come forward. Would you like to give him a round of applause?
Sanbonani. There's a gentleman who was supposed to help me before I agreed, but I think he might have forgotten me. I use Sanbonani because it's probably the most profound language I know that transcends space and time. It's metaphysics, because you can say Sanbonani in the morning, in the evening, in the afternoon, any time of the day. City manager, thank you so much. I like technology because it knows how to show off with you when you're just about to start. So one of the risky things to ever try and do is to try and demo anything live to a live audience. But I'm doing that today. I'd like to take the opportunity to greet political leaders from all the BRICS countries, the leaders of government, my city manager, Mbele, ministers from Kokta, my colleagues that I work with on a daily basis. Mine is going to be short. CM, I haven't been guided in terms of how much time we have, so I'm going to try and be. I'm on a lie if I say I'll be as quick as possible. Probably I'll be as quick as possible and try to be as short as possible. I'm not going to go into the history of the strategic hub, but I'm going to just go straight and talk about the importance of data. Very often when I start a conversation on demonstrating something like this, I always ask a question about chocolate in terms of what chocolate do people like and where the chocolate come from. I'm going to tell a story in this audience because of time. Very often I get an answer that chocolate comes from Switzerland, chocolate comes from Belgium, chocolate comes from everywhere where cocoa doesn't come from. The question that I always pose with a photo of a particular chocolate brand is, how sweet is your chocolate? Without data, that chocolate always tastes very sweet. So then I start talking about how much cocoa farmers in Cote d'Ivoire are paid, and the very fact that Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast produces 43% of world's cocoa, yet there's no chocolate that comes from there. And we give you numbers and the data about how poor the farmers are in Cote d'Ivoire and the other countries that produce cocoa. Then I end with a question: is your chocolate still sweet, or does it become to be bittersweet, right? So it is a contention that we are trying to make in this municipality that there's no decision, in fact, that should be made without data. So data is a primary infrastructure before you put in any infrastructure. So what we've done in this municipality with the support of a lot of the colleagues and infrastructure that has been purchased and built in this municipality is saying, using existing tools, how do we extract value from those tools and extract value from data so that we can guide the leadership in terms of decisions and how decision can be made based on infrastructure. So what you see here is part of the three-tiered approach or in intervention. So one is data visualization, and that's what you're going to see. And the second one is cloud data warehousing, and the last one is digitization and automation. So I'm going to briefly show you the visualization part, but this is not just to look pretty, but is really to answer very critical questions so decisions are made based on that. It's called the Strat Hub, the strathub.durban.gov.za. So you could visit that. So it's open to public, so the public could access this. And the reason why we've made it open to public is because part of our responsibility is to empower the citizens to be able to have a better criticism of the state, rather than the very often boring criticism of the state as inefficient, but rather more pointed discussion, criticism of saying, we realize that the data says X, Y, and Z. Why are you not doing X, Y, and Z? Very often, as a public servant, I get bored by the criticism of the state that is too shallow and is really regurgitating some of the media articles and newspaper and television news that you see. So I'll navigate it very briefly. So this is just the first part of the Strat Hub when you land in eThekwini, but I'll go possibly more importantly on top. So here is where you find your dashboards. So there's various dashboards. I'll go to some of them that talk to the issues of resilience, talk to the issues of how we should be making decisions. The mission and the vision of this city is to be the most livable and caring city by 2030. How do you measure livability without giving the tools to the citizens to be able to measure livability of their own neighborhoods? And we've built something that allows the citizens to be able to do that, and we can show you that. We subscribe to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. We need to allow the citizens to be able to track us and see how far we've progressed in terms of achieving the SDGs, at least supporting that process. But also we need to monitor and evaluate ourselves in terms of how far we've gone. So we'll be able to show that as well. Then we have probably the most exciting one also. I will show you this because I think every municipality must have its risk vulnerability mapping. This is the Green Book Metro View that we did with the CSIR using the funding from the CSP, the city support sub-city support program. And then we have the open GIS data. We have the digital platforms that we wouldn't have time to show. So, but we'll start with the dashboards. We'll perhaps start with a foundation of where everything started. When I first arrived in the city, we were requested by political leadership to say, listen, I need to see wide profiles of where I work, my own ward. How do I, what's the population of my ward? What are the projects happening in that ward? We are not doing that enough as local government, as public servant, to give our to at least empower our political leadership so that they are aware of the areas that they are responsible for. So I was given 110 PDF documents that I needed to adjust to reflect 111 wards, reflect the changes that had happened with IEC and the elections, and some of the data that States SA had changed. So we then built this using the data that is publicly available to every municipality in the city. So this, for me, was perhaps the starting point and answering the question of whether there's political will. And my answer is always there's massive political will. And the challenge is always the officials, because very often when officials take over in a space, they take over the character of the institution and its rigidity, and they cannot understand why we want to do what we do, because for us, we think this is part of the strategic outlook we should be looking at. So when you click on this ward, for instance, this is ward 2, it gives you the name of the councillor on top, and it gives you the photo because it's a nice touch for us. Then it gives you the demographics, and it gives you the projects that are happening, because every project and every when we go to communities to request budget, we spend that budget on the ground. So we should be able to show which projects and where those projects have been spent. So CM, you will let me know when I've run over time, because your panelists will still have to go through and have more debates on this rather than me going through this. So I'll quickly just go through this one. So it's a starting point. It gives you an overview of what's going on with your municipalities. And perhaps the last, I'm going to jump to the last slide because we find this very important, that it has all the city projects that the public should be able to see and have a view of in terms of where these projects are located. There's always teething issues with any tool that that one builds, so there might still be some teething issues. But what we wanted to achieve is that we make ourselves vulnerable as a municipality to the degree that people ask us questions about why is your data saying X, Y, and Z. Then we're going to go and look at that and go resolve it. Because when we keep on saying this is the state data, so we're not going to share that data, there is no one who owns the data within government. And I've reiterated that with my colleague. We are not data owners, but we are data custodians, and all our responsibilities to make that data, to extract value out of the data and send it back to our citizens and make better decisions on the basis of that. So I'm going to go to the next one. So there's many others, but I think the most important as well that we did, colleagues, is the one on disaster as an example. This demonstrates how during disaster periods we are able to do the reporting in an agile manner, but there's one component of it which was very fundamental for us, where we demonstrated how a single tool could then be used for strategic decision making at a broader level. We have, I think a lot of municipalities have their vehicles tracked, as an example. When we had an issue with water tankers, city manager will remember, we had to deploy a lot of water tankers to certain communities. We were inundated with phone calls from councillors asking, where is the water tanker? When is it arriving? People want water. We were all providing spreadsheet after spreadsheet to say, okay, we think the water tanker is here, or on WhatsApp. But when my question is, are we not tracking our water tankers? Yes, we are tracking them, but we are tracking them for theft. We are wasting money so that we can protect these vehicles so they're not stolen, and we're not extracting any strategic value out of that. So what we then started doing is using that data to track where the tankers were at the time, so we could, in fact, in real time tell the location of those tankers. I'm not sure whether this is going to play ball with me, so let me just make it a bit bigger. So we could go to this tanker in this community, and then we'll tell the councillor the tanker so and so is this close to your community, and so forth. So these are some of the things we've been able to do, primarily because we haven't gone back to the city manager and asked for more tools. We've literally just used the tools that already exist. All right. So I'm going to quickly jump to the livability index as an example, as another example. So if you live, like the city manager lives in Umlazi, did I give you address? Umlazi BB. You'll type Umlazi. Let's say Umlazi AA. So it shows you the livability score of Umlazi. Then you can do comparison of the neighborhoods. If you want to purchase a house or you want to move to different places, what we are trying to do is really to empower citizens and give them that ability to be more resilient. But we're not going to go into details because I don't have the time. But perhaps another one that's most exciting is this Metro View one that gives us the risk profile, the climate risk profile of the municipality that we've built with the CSIR, and credit to the CSP and the CSIR for supporting us in building this tool, but also credit to National Treasury for seeing value in the use of data for strategic decision-making process. It came at the right time when we were mature as an institution to try and think of data as a critical infrastructure. So there's a lot to go through, and I'm not going to go through all of it, but it tells us places of hazards. It will tell us about the fire risk, the flooding areas, and so forth. So it goes much deeper into quite a number of things. City manager, because again, I don't have the guidance on time, so you will just give me a thumbs up. Should I? How much do you give me now? Is very generous. I'm going to ask for my raise when we finish here. So some of the other stuff that I would have liked to show here in particular is the crashes dashboard. So when we're talking about resilience, we're talking about making a decision, and this is an example, city manager, of a decision that has been made using data by the acting DCM of Human Settlement Engineering and Transport. He was head of transport at the time. So what we had done is that what we do, and colleagues have been doing it for many years, they've been collecting accidents or crashes, where they happen, how many people are involved, and they've been doing this for a number of years, and it sits on the dashboard on the database, and we had no view of it. So we started extracting the data, trying to extract value of it, so that it starts to tell us how many crashes are happening in this city, not just for the sake of it, because we keep on asking ourselves the question, the so what question, because it's nice and good, it's all colorful, but what does it tell us? How does it assist our citizens to be more resilient? We realize that at least more than 70% of people involved in these crashes were, at least in 2022, I can go back to other years so we can slice it by year, but this, because there's a lot of data, it's going to take time to move, so I'm going to keep more talking than trying to open it. There's more pedestrians that are involved in these accidents, in these crashes. There's a lot of children that are involved in these crashes. There's a lot of elderly people. That starts to tell you a problem of what's happening in terms of the coexistence of vehicles and pedestrians or the public in general. So when the head of eThekwini Transport at the time went to Exco to request funding to support the urban safety program, he came with a very thick document, a very technical document as to why that program should be funded. And the answer was obviously no, because there's many other projects that were there, and it takes a long time to be able to read through those reports and to empower political leadership to be able to understand the gravity of the problem. So he went back and he pulled this dashboard and he said, this is the picture I want to show you in terms of what is going on. And that project got approved. So he now has funding to be able to support urban safety programs. So this is just one example of how data can be used to make these kind of decisions at a municipal level. Then the next one is, because I mentioned that there's data visualization, which is what you are seeing here, and then there's cloud data warehousing. We are saying that city data sits in dispersed formats and sits in different formats, and we don't have a view of it. And the data is not shared vertically, it's not shared horizontally. And I'm going to make an example, and I apologize in advance when there's colleagues from SAPS, because I keep on reporting them in this platform, not because I want to, but because it is a demonstration on how, if we don't share data as the state, what happens as a challenge. So what we are able to do is to look at crime incidents as we get the statistics from SAPS. But what we are not able to do is to get the CAS block data that tells us in terms of what is happening right on the ground. Because once we know in which area, for instance, if we click on Osterville, and it should tell us that in Osterville, these are the types of criminal accidents that are happening there, then we are able to deploy the police better, we're able to deal with the situation better. But this data I have here is only for 17 and 18, because I cannot secure any data, because that demonstrates our inability to share the data vertically as a state, and horizontally I can make many other examples as well. So I want to highlight challenges so that I don't come here and say we've arrived and we've done this, but we have the blueprint on what can be done, but there still needs to be some leadership support in terms of saying, how do we build data management and data sharing principles in all of South Africa as a whole, so that we are able to get a bit more granularity in how we make decisions and why we make decisions. If we ask, why do we deploy certain vehicles in certain places as SAPS, we should be able to give an answer to say, these are the particular crimes that we've profiled on the basis of data in terms of what is reported, so that we know that we are investing in rightful response. So I wanted to show and end with that one at this stage. So the cloud data warehousing is where we are saying all municipal data must sit in one place. So because these data sets need to talk to each other. If they don't talk to each other, then we have challenges. Then we cannot overlay these data sets. We can't have a more granular view of what's going on. So we are working with that, and we are grateful that we've been supported through the resources of this municipality to have the data sitting in one place. The next phase is which is already an ongoing phase, is the automation and digitization. I don't know how it is in Brazil, India, China, and other BRICS partners. Very often in this country, people are, our citizens are frustrated by the pace of how we respond. Sometimes it's not so much about the issue that they are facing the issue, but it's the time it takes for us to respond. We've realized that automating and digitizing some of the tools and processes at city level, we are able to be more agile and respond a bit better. Sorry. Okay, there's a change of guard, so I'm going to change as well, because I think if the hands are painful, then it means my mouth must be painful too, my throat. City manager, those are the three components, and I think I'm not going to go deep and unpack all the entire Strat Hub, because it's a long journey, but I'll let your panel unpack it, and they will probably have much better words and wisdom to be able to do that. And for us, we just keep doing what we do. And gratitude for the time and for the patience with me. I know it's a graveyard shift. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can sit there. Some people complained that I'm not audible. Now I'm dishing it out. Can you hear me loud and clear now? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shandu Kandaba. Without much further ado, at this stage, I would like to call upon Mr. Nathaniel Belcavelo de Oliveira, who is the coordinator of the National Secretariat on Urban and Metropolitan Development in Brazil, to come forward and take us through on how they use data and centering it as part of critical infrastructure. Over to you, Mr. De Oliveira. Come forward. Come forward, please. Thank you.
Agora tem a apresentação desde o início, isso é bom. Então, mais uma vez, boa tarde a todas e todos presentes. Gostaria de cumprimentar as autoridades em nome do senhor Mibeli, espero que esteja pronunciando corretamente o nome do senhor. E agradecer novamente por essa oportunidade de compartilhar com vocês um pouco da experiência brasileira, né? Ainda bem que houve uma apresentação que me antecedeu, né, que trabalhou em termos técnicos de maneira bem profunda, né? Então, eu acredito que a contribuição brasileira vai ser mais no sentido de estratégias, né, de compartilhamento desse conhecimento técnico que foi compartilhado aqui pelos colegas sul-africanos. Então, bem, de início, eu acho que é necessário explicar um termo que nós utilizamos para o sistema que nós procuramos ofertar para os municípios brasileiros, que é o Cadastro Territorial Multifinalitário. É importante explicar isso, porque quando nós estamos falando em cadastro, né, nós não estamos falando somente na parte de registro cartorial, né, de registro oficial, mas nós também estamos necessariamente falando da parte de geoprocessamento, né, ou seja, a base de dados espaciais que conversam com essa parte cadastral de registro oficial. Então, o cadastro territorial multifinalitário é uma ferramenta que o Ministério das Cidades vem desenvolvendo ao longo dos anos para ofertar aos municípios brasileiros uma base consistente de dados, mas muito além da questão de uma base consistente de dados, também uma base que procura articular e integrar bases de dados de diversas áreas, né? Daí, então, o emprego do termo do multifinalitário, né? Uma base que possibilite a integração e o diálogo, né, entre várias políticas públicas, aqui não somente políticas públicas de desenvolvimento urbano, mas também outras, como saúde, educação, né, que também são competência dos municípios brasileiros, né, em estar executando. Nós temos recentemente uma portaria publicada, né, enquanto nós ainda estávamos na organização do Ministério de Desenvolvimento Regional, em 2022. Essa portaria ela traz uma série de detalhamentos, de informações, né, a respeito da metodologia do cadastro territorial multifinalitário para os municípios brasileiros, né, ali todo um conjunto mínimo de tecnologia, né, e de organização dessas bases de dados, né, assim como um processo de capacitação, né, do Programa Nacional de Capacitação das Cidades, que eu tive a oportunidade de falar na fala anterior, né, o Capacidades, que procura dar formação às equipes técnicas e aos gestores públicos municipais nesse processo dessa ferramenta, né, que é o cadastro territorial multifinalitário. Bem, além disso, o Ministério tem desenvolvido um processo de editais públicos modelo, né? Porque, bem, as prefeituras brasileiras, elas são muito diversas, a gente tem desde do município de São Paulo, né, com 11 milhões de habitantes, né, o terceiro maior orçamento do país, né, só perde para o orçamento do governo federal e para o orçamento do estado de São Paulo, né, a cidade de São Paulo é a capital, né, e ao mesmo tempo nós temos municípios com 1.000 habitantes, né, em um orçamento extremamente pequeno, né. Então, a iniciativa de produzir esses editais, esses modelos de editais públicos, para auxiliar as prefeituras, né, na contratação dos serviços relacionados ao cadastro territorial multifinalitário, são ferramentas que possibilitam ali uma diversidade, né, que tentam abarcar a diversidade dos municípios brasileiros, né, aonde nós oferecemos desde o edital público para a contratação dos serviços mais básicos relacionados ao cadastro territorial multifinalitário, até aqueles mais, vamos dizer, modernos, mais avançados, né, em termos de tecnologia de informação, em termos de levantamento de imagem de satélite, de fotografia aérea e assim por diante, né? Então, a gente tenta abarcar de uma maneira, da melhor maneira possível, a diversidade brasileira em termos de gestão municipal, né? Para além disso, para eu já ir finalizando, um esforço do Ministério das Cidades também de integração e articulação, né, dessa iniciativa dos cadastros territoriais multifinalitários, que são ofertados para os municípios, às suas bases nacionais, né? Entre essas bases nacionais, eu gostaria aqui de citar a Infraestrutura Nacional de Dados Espaciais, a INDE, que é administrada pelo Instituto Brasileiro de Geografia e Estatística, né, que, entre outras atribuições, tem a atribuição de realizar o censo nacional, né, e, além disso, também cuidar da base geográfica, né, entre elas os dados espaciais. E, bem, torna-se uma fonte de informação, uma fonte de dados extremamente importante, né, não só para o governo federal como um todo, mas também para as administrações municipais. Para além disso, uma iniciativa recente, não deve ter mais do que 5 anos, que essa iniciativa vem sendo implementada pela Receita Federal do Brasil, né, que é responsável pela arrecadação tributária a nível nacional, que é o Sistema Nacional de Gestão de Informações Cadastrais, né, ligado à tributação, principalmente tributação imobiliária, que conversa muito também com o chamado CAR, que é o Cadastro Ambiental Rural, né, que é implementado pelo nosso Ministério do Meio Ambiente. E, para finalizar, também informações muito importantes, né, dado essa questão, esse tema geral que nós estamos trabalhando aqui, resiliência urbana, que é o sistema de proteção e defesa civil administrado pelo Ministério da Integração, né, onde ali oferta uma série de informações, muitas vezes dados pelos próprios municípios, né, mas que muitas vezes os municípios não conseguem utilizar esses dados exatamente pela falta de ferramentas como o cadastro territorial multifinalitário, que possibilita esse processo de articulação, né, e integração das políticas públicas por meio dos dados espaciais. Nós temos certeza, né, que isso é fundamental, não só para o Brasil, é um desafio enorme, que o Brasil ainda, posso dizer, ainda está engatinhando, ainda está num processo inicial, né, mas que eu tenho certeza que, em conjunto com os demais países dos BRICS, né, e como eu vi na apresentação aqui anterior dos colegas sul-africanos, né, a gente ainda tem muito o que compartilhar e avançarmos juntos dentro dessa temática. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Sinor. Just one logistical hiccup. There will be a shutdown as a result of load shedding around about 13:50. So we must just anticipate that, but also to request our panelists to also try to cover all essential aspects of their presentation without losing the meaning, but also be considerate of the fact that we're supposed to be done by about 2 o'clock, notwithstanding the issues of load shedding. Just in terms of the Brazilian experience, this clearly demonstrates the centering of data as critical infrastructure. They consolidate map work from different agencies of the city and use that to monitor real-time information on things such as weather, traffic, public participation, and emergency. And so they use this data to make informed decisions and to improve urban efficiencies, be able to respond to emergencies, and also enhance service delivery. They still have challenges on user apathy because of the lack of resources. So it's a lesson for us that if we want to use data to influence or for it to anchor our decision-making processes, it's important that we must allocate sufficient resources for this work to continue. Without much further ado, I'd like to call upon a colleague of mine from China to come and just take us through his presentation very briefly. Over to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
好，感谢主持人，女士们、先生们，大家好，我是来自中国城市规划设计研究院，非常荣幸参加本次论坛的演讲。刚才的项目展示里面，包括在昨天跟今天的一些讨论里面，大家都提到了数字基础设施的一个重要性，所以我今天呢也非常荣幸的在这儿跟大家分享如何以数字基础设施来推进中国的智慧城市建设这些交流的内容。主要呢是考虑到时间的原因，主要包括2部分的内容吧。其实大家都已经认识到数字基础设施的重要性，中国更是高度重视智慧城市和数据基础设施的建设。在今年年初，中央政府呢印发了《数字中国建设整体布局规划》，对数字中国的建设做出了整体的谋划。国家的“十四五”规划里面也提出了要加快建设数字经济、数字社会、数字政府，以数字化的整体转型来推动我们生活方式、生产方式和治理方式的变革。整体上来说，这些年中国的各级政府都高度重视数据共享与智慧城市的建设，并且呢是出台了一系列的措施。在数据的共享利用方面，为促进数据高效流通使用，来加快构建全国性的数据基础制度。在去年，中国政府发布了关于构建数据基础制度 更好发挥数据要素作用的意见，明确了20条基本的制度，并且在今年的中国机构改革中组建了国家数据局，来加强数据基础的一个建设工作。而在智慧城市建设方面呢，住房城乡建设部作为主管部门，早在10年之前就开始在全国组织智慧城市的试点工作，特别是到全国的“十四五”规划纲要中，对智慧城市和数字乡村建设做出了整体的部署。那第二个部分呢，我向大家介绍一下住房城乡建设领域相关工作的开展情况。中华人民共和国主席习近平高度重视城市的治理工作，他提出要运用大数据、云计算、区块链、人工智能等技术来推动城市管理手段、管理模式跟管理理念的创新，要从数字化到智能化再到智慧化，让城市更聪明一些、更智慧一些。这是推动城市治理体系和治理能力现代化的必由之路。当前建设智慧城市，以数字化来助推城乡的规划建设治理模式的创新，来提高城市的运行效率，增强人民群众的宜居的幸福度，已经成为中国各级政府的共识。近些年来，我们住房城乡建设部门秉持人民城市的理念，贯彻国家的系列要求，从数据基础的调查到重要信息化设施的建设以及信息化场景的应用等方面呢，与多个政府部门共同来推进我们智慧城市的建设。首先，在基础数据方面，一是开展了全国房屋建筑和市政设施的调查工作，形成了全国城乡建设领域的关键数据基础。特别是从2020年以来，中国的住房城乡建设主管部门呢，是开展了全国性的全国房屋建筑的普查工作，动员了260万人参与，汇集了全国6亿栋建筑以及80多万处市政设施的数据，全面模型了中国城市和乡村住房的家底，形成了反映房屋空间位置和物理属性的基础数据。中国的城乡建设建筑第一次有了数字身份证。目前呢，这项数据已经在全国的住房城乡建设工作中得到了应用。运用这种普查的成果来大力推进数字住建的建设，大力推进基于数字化、网络化、智能化的新型基础设施的建设，来建设城市的信息模型基础平台和城市的运行服务管理平台，来实现智能化的市政基础设施的建设和改造，来协同推进智慧城市基础设施与智能网联汽车，来发展我们的数字家庭、智慧社区和智能建设，让城市更聪明一些、更智慧一些，来推进中国城市治理体系跟治理能力的现代化。第二点呢，是大力推进城市基础信息模型的建设，构筑城市关键性的数字基础设施。城市信息模型在中国已经成为各个城市加强数字建设的重要工作，已经成为智慧城市的基础性的信息平台。SIM 平台也在中国被列入新型城市基础设施建设试点工作的7项内容重点工作任务之一。住房城乡建设部呢，是面向解决城市病问题，积极建设了国家、省市3级联动的城市信息模型，建立了标准体系、政策体系和流程体系，开展了城市层级的试点工作，为实现城市的高质量发展发挥了关键性的支撑作用。在部委层面，住房城乡建设部3部委出台了关于加强城市信息模型基础平台建设的指导意见，制定了10余项的 SIM 平台建设的标准规范，为全国的城市开展实践应用奠定了基础。在城市层面，我们德班的友好城市广州市，它的 SIM 基础平台建设已经完成了全市7000多平方公里的3维的地形地貌，1300平方公里的3维模型的呈现，建成了集时间、空间数据、资源调查、规划管控等7类数据于一体的城市的3维底图，并且运营到我们城市的具体管理当中。第3点呢，是中国运用信息化的技术开展城市体检工作，来反映人民群众关心的城市问题，来提升我们城市的精细化管理水平。 人民群众对美好生活的向往，是我国住房和城乡建设事业工作的出发点和落脚点。以努力让人民群众住上更好的房子为目标，从好房子到好小区，从好小区到好社区，从好社区到好城区，进而把城市规划好、建设好、治理好，让城市更宜居、更韧性、更智慧，已经成为我们工作的一项理念。以此为基础，我们住房城乡建设部门呢，推动建立了城市体检评估的制度。中国的城市体检评估制度秉持了工作问题与目标的双重导向。在问题导向上，我们采用信息化技术，塑造人人都是城市体检员的工作氛围，通过公众的调查数据、互联网的开放数据来进行广泛的群众的城市问题的收集。在目标导向上，我们运用海量的大数据、统计数据、遥感数据来实现各类指标的计算，来查找影响城市竞争力、承载力和可持续能力的问题。整体上来说，利用信息化的技术，建设国家级、省级、城市级3级的城市体检信息平台，来汇集我们城市体检出的问题，把城市体检发现的问题作为我们后续城市更新的重点工作，来协同推进城市体检和城市更新的工作的系统性，来建立与城市高质量发展相适应的住房的政策保障体系。当前，在中国整体上已经形成了以城市体检为基础，以城市更新为抓手，将城市体检出的问题作为城市更新的重点，来加快推进老旧小区和危降楼房的改造、城市生命线安全工程的建设、历史建筑和历史街区的保护利用、城市数字化基础设施建设等重点工作，以精细化治理保障来加强城市的统筹协调，充分运用数字化的智能手段，着力建立起现代化的城市治理的一种新模式。总之，智慧城市和新一代的新技术基础设施的建设，是城市规划、建设、治理领域新的技术趋势。在中国，随着中国推进城市治理能力现代化的建设，数据基础设施与智慧城市的建设已经成为我们推动城市高质量发展的重要的一个支撑。在这儿，我们也希望能够进一步与我们金砖各国的各位同仁们进一步探讨相关的理论跟技术方法，来开展更为广泛的交流和合作。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much. This is a typical case of centering data as a critical part of infrastructure in a Chinese city. In fact, cities. It's not only in Shenzhen, but it's also in Guangzhou, our sister city here. So we've seen how the Chinese government has been pursuing smart city initiatives across various regions. Particularly in the city of Shenzhen, which is known for its comprehensive use of data in urban planning and service delivery. Through the integration of data from multiple sources, including sensors and Internet of Things devices, Shenzhen has been able to improve its transportation system, optimized waste management, and enhanced public safety measures. I'm sure those who have visited the Chinese cities can see a maturity case where data management has been used as part of critical infrastructure. And I'm sure there's a lot to learn from there. Thank you very much for that. Without much further ado, let me call upon Timande, Auti Kapu Kapu, Mr. Kroc. Come forward, my brother. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. My task is a little bit different because I'm talking to our collaboration as Suntech with the institutes of higher learning Thank you, first of all, to the Department of Corporate Governance and the Department of Traditional Affairs. Thanks, Chair, for steering the ship the way we are doing so far. And as I said, the format for my presentation will be slightly different, but I will first give the background so that we understand where we are coming from. Firstly, okay, what have I done? Okay, thanks. Firstly, just to give a bit of background to who Centec is for those people who might not be aware, so that it also gives context to what we are discussing. First, Centec is the biggest signal distributor in Africa, and it also has a mandate of providing infrastructure for broadband in South Africa. We are operating towers, real estate for communications. We are operating a number of satellite assets in the space. We are also involved with data centers and infrastructure that assist in cloud computing. As a way of background to the discussion, why we are collaborating with the universities and why we are collaborating with industry in order to bring about big data capacity and capabilities in South Africa. The first aspect has to do with the correlation or linkage between urbanization and rural development. The two, they are important, and in order for us to plan properly for both urbanization and rural development, we do need to have a data-driven processes. The linkages are identified. There's quite several linkages that affect the two. The first one is production. Urbanization put a lot of pressure on food on food security, on agricultural activities, on natural resources. Now, the people who are in the rural areas, they tend to be in a better position to provide that in small holdings, in farms, even in traditional and rural areas. So there is a need then to do good planning, to understand the demand, to understand the supply, and that requires data-driven processes. The second aspect has to deal with big data and artificial intelligence. In nowadays, you cannot speak about big data without speaking about artificial intelligence, and the relationship is simply as the following. In order for us to be able to make something out of big data, of course, first we have to have the automation aspects, but most important to find insights, to be able to quickly deliver on the business insights, we need artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence assists us to derive more value from big data. The last aspect is the technologies that we need in order to put together, to move data from one place to another, to store data, to provide compute facilities that will be able to process that data, to be able to do artificial intelligence. And that requires technologies such as IoT, 5G, high-speed infrastructure in ICT. Now, we always say that there is no technology for rural and technology for urban. And if we continue saying that, we will provide this technology for rural and this technology for urban, what we are actually doing, we are
So can we finish off? I've used my discretion. So can we finish off? Otherwise we will lose some people if we go to lunch. Mhlekazi, khawuqukumbele into sakuthi.
We should call those So here we were just speaking about the technologies that we need, hyperscalers, IoT, 5G technologies, and we need these technologies to be able to process big data, to move data from one place to another, to be able to process it accordingly. That then takes us to the actual next aspect. What is then the challenge in South Africa and in developing countries? Well, first of all is skills, and then the shortage of skills is, but also technology adoption and industrialization. These two are so important because if we can't have skills in South Africa and our countries, then it means data will become expensive. Well, obviously, that can be debatable, but even a more important reason, if we don't have skills within ourselves and we don't have developed technology ourselves, then we are being detected in terms of the agenda by other countries. Yes, collaboration is encouraged with different partners of ours, but at the same time, we want to partner and collaborate as equal partners. So technology, adoption, industrialization, and skills are important. It's an opportunity then that we can utilize. Collaboration and synergies is another opportunity required, especially between researchers and industry. And that's what we are trying to do with the collaborations. Economic growth and cross-subsidization, we just spoke now that there shouldn't be technology for urban and technology for rural. And there is a business case why there should be a cross-subsidization. As we said, that urbanization put more pressure to agricultural activities, to need to produce more natural resources. So that is a business case that that cross-subsidization has to happen. And only if there's cross-subsidization, that will be able to have sustainable urbanization and resilience in urbanization. The collaboration that we have, it involves about 80% of the public universities in South Africa, and each one of them deal with various aspects. Here we have got a few technologies in terms of the market segments as well as the technologies that are involved with. In particular, we have been dealing with 5G being so important, especially in rural areas, although most people say 5G is for urban. But actually, it's much more important even for rural areas because it means there is not a lot of pressure to put fiber in every house once we have 5G. Now we've got a number of universities that are doing research. In particular, one of the University of Johannesburg, is looking at the impact of 5G to health and environment. And we want to make sure that we are responsible citizens. If we engage in such technologies, we can be responsible and make sure that there's no health hazards. We have got other universities doing with agricultural activities, such as University of Limpopo, more rural or towards rural university, and University of Mpumalanga. They are looking at agribusiness, agricultural technology, aquaponics, which is quite important in food security. Again, in order for them to be able to, or rather that activity to be to thrive, we need to make sure that we have enough data of what is actually required in the ground. Then the other universities, in future, when you start dealing with driverless cars, when you start dealing with autonomous manufacturing, then you need to, those systems require to collect data, process that data and be able to make quick decisions. So some of the universities are involved in such activities, such as the University of Witwatersrand is one of part of the universities that are involved in this collaboration. So we can add more and more, including sentiment analysis that we require a lot of data, including business insights that can be obtained from data. We can add more. The point we want to make is that that collaboration is working, or rather we make sure that it's starting to work well in South Africa, and we want to extend to our partners in China and Brazil and other areas that we can extend this collaboration. Currently, we have got one OEM that we are working with from China, and would like to, of course, increase the network. We call the network a research and innovation network, and that's really the essence of this part of the presentation, to say that we would like to continue with that collaboration. It's working, and it's something that will support urbanization as well as rural development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Timande. Can I call forward the program director to start to distribute gifts? Whilst he's in the process of doing that, let me summarize very briefly the session. It is clear from the 4 presentations that we've received that data management permeates our lives and impact decision-making processes in a manner that we never imagined before, and it undoubtedly leads to urban efficiencies, as it has been demonstrated. In the age of information technology, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, it is now no longer a matter of choice whether to use data or not to improve urban efficiencies. It is now a matter of prescription. As part significant role in the delivery aspect of evidence-based planning, so that we are not surprised when development challenges manifest themselves in the future. We need to rely on data management and usage. We need to be institutionally ready and begin to allocate resources for this function, so that data is continuously mined, analyzed, and used beyond descriptive analysis. With those words, I close the session. Over to you, Program Director, to dish the gifts. Thank you.
Phew, yeah, this session. Thank you very much. Very, very fascinating, very interesting, starting from the first presentation by Dr. Sani Limbat. Thank you so much. I'm with the CEO of the Municipal Demarcation Board, Ndate Moroka, to help us with the handing over of gifts. You give to Ndate Moroka. Let's start with the city manager. Thank you very much. That's the host there. And then, of course, Mr. De Oliveira. Thank you very much. And then, of course, Mr. Zongbo. Last but not least, Mr. Ngwenya. Thank you very much. Just wait that if you look at the gift there, it's what might look like a cultural weapon. Some who were inspired by the Zulu dance last night were saying to me they might want to do it themselves. So just a warning, don't try that at home. You need to do that under the supervision of an experienced Zulu dance choreographer and instructor. So there's a warning attached to that. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's break for lunch now. So it is 10 minutes past 2. Uh, city managers watch says 2:15. Okay, all right. So let's break for lunch. I think it went quite quick yesterday as well. The same places we went to yesterday, and then let's try to reconvene at 3:00 so that we deal with the closing ceremony. I can't make any promises about meat, but enjoy lunch. Thank you very much.
This is the last session.
Yes.
For the day.
Yes.
And the two is video.
Or the two is video. Yeah, and this one but is not available.
Is it?
Yeah, but they were going to check if the HOD can do it. If we can't,
We skip it.
Yeah.
Then we close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you can go and drink.
Yeah.
Your phone.
No, it's the one that was lost.
Oh, it's the
So-
lost
No,
one.
no, no,
Oh.
no.
Is it not the one that
No.
was lost?
This one is yours.
This looks different.
Haibo.
The lost one, she came and picked it. And
So
get
where
it.
did you get this?
It's
Whose phone is
another
this
one.
then?
It's another one.
Oh yeah, maybe it's
Yes.
his. Sorry, man. I thought it was the lost one.
Yeah.
We've got. I thought it was the lost one. Hey, I nearly handed over his phone. Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry,
No, no, no. For now. When we go for now. We're going to take their stuff back. Don't put that thing. And then this one, which one? Which one is that? The old one. Put them that side. Sissy, sorry, quick one. They want to take a photo? Thank you. Can I invite Digi also to join you? Digi, they want you to come there. Sissy.
This is the 18.
18.
Let's put the lady in the middle. Who do we look at? Too many cameras. We still holding hands? Use the official one. The official cameraman. Oops.
Facilitator, you were supposed to be there for the photo shoot. Let them there. You're supposed to be there. No, sorry. I thought it's gotten there. Yeah, sorry.
There's the one. We've been smiling and waiting for you. Thank you. I want to give this one.
Sandy. Asibeke lesi ngoba 2 minutes.
Now we're fire. Yeah.
So is there like a sequence? Yeah, you can. The program director. The facilitator. Mr. Collins. What I get? I think they might be, they will identify. They will indicate. Like they want bands. Yeah. Then the next one, Brazil.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, sí. Molto. Oh, uso. Hai battuto con la stessa.
Yes, I've got all flags.
Maybe Josie
And
wanted
from
to
you,
know what is a flag.
it's a sense again. I think okay. The lighting.
The timing was perfect.
Now we can lunch. Then we can lunch. Only one second. Okay. Anyway, so I must bring one more. No, this one. We have water. Water. Yeah. We are done. Hi, Roger. You are. I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm actually very hungry. I didn't have a breakfast. Uti.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And then magic. Yes. Yes.
Kanti lo sisi lo photographer your best photographer. Best photographer. She's the best photographer. Oh, we can't give
Susan Peck.
I removed it already. You want the Zoom in or you don't want it? I already have that.
Oh.
Come and see it and see it to have it. Then
You don't have to go and stand there.
No, come and see your picture.
Come and see. I was there, so we'll come and take it.
Come and see the picture. I don't know how to put this picture. Oh, just take the normal picture. So I'm looking. I think I see. What you have in my screen? You want the normal one? You want to take the normal one? I'll tell you, but it's okay.
Yes, I bet men like it.
It's not mine. Me?
Then she.
Why? There's no
The BRICS conference. Okay. Podium wise. Niyayenza manje
Ifoni yakhe iyenza yenza okay. Okay. Wena koqalayo, mina phela, mina mfaka nyembezi senze ukugqibela ngene wena vele kodwa wasiza kodwa size saphendula sakushintshana phakathi bese ingabuza namuthi ngawo ngokukhathele athi umfana obavele lokuzama ukuthi ngamadebeni abo. Oh, hey, we must move again. We want to take a picture. If I'm sitting here. Oh. Normally, okay, mkhaya yazi ukuthi ngizokwenza mkhaya ngizokwenza i-invoice bese ngi-attach-a ilokhuzayo i-statement because ngeke phela kwenzeke i-proof of payment because akunina ebengenza i-payment or else I can. Ngisazozama mkhaya uyishoyo yo but please ngizozama ebusuku because ngizoqeda la mkhaya uthini leli ndiya lapho le moto ingaze ngidayise ngala eThekwini mkhaya ngizolanda end of August ngoba ngithi ngitshelile due to the fact ukuthi sithi ngihlezi ngisemgwaqeni ngizama ukuthi ena ngishayela ngoNembeza. Mkhaya ngicela i-advice ukuthi uba ne-star noma ubani bani labafaka ama-alarm ukuba beze lapho bezoyi-installa lapho noma ngenze njani mkhaya kufuneke be-installe phela and then futhi lezi bhaxa lezi ze-insurance zithi ena since ilokhuzana ngingazithumelelile i-certificate se-installation ye-alarm izo-affect-a i-insurance ingivele yazi nayo installation engaka ngenze njani ngonesi beze lapho bazoyi-installa lapho ngenze njani angifuna i-advice lapho and nawo lo nesi kawazi ungifonela I was going to take it to October, ngasaba ukule moto engishayela ngiqoqe ukuthi ngikhansele emibhalweni yakho kuyabiza manje ngifakela and then funeke ngikhiphe i-alarm futhi yabonga ubunethi funeke ngikhiphe i-alarm ngifake kule ewe sokuhamba emgwaqeni idlozi uyabona hhayi ngekho uzulunge lana nokukhulu mina ngisafisa ngoba uyeza emsebenzini ubona ukuthi buthike kahle buthike kahle betophuma ngo-3 yebo ushone nini mase bengasabuyi-ke besebenza into kakhulu hayi mfana umngani wethu abekho duze angazithandi ukuncika kodwa uzodimala nasethi uyahamba ungamtsheli manje kukhona nje ngosephepeni ubrand amandla kube kubhaliwe kukhulu phake kukhona waphapi hayi kokubhaliwe mina zinto zofaka yazi mina ngifike la abaya amakhulu abaqinayo awusithandi awunaso idolo ufaka amanzi kufanele uma ubhodla uzibhodle ewe ukuthi yayigcwele imoto oh bethuna yazi sekusele kanjani kancane kanjani Oh, so we have to do it. So that's what we do with it. Yeah, yeah, they're ready for the last part. Oh, yeah. Kaya nga, ang gitna nila dun, so, sa paggabi, right? Ngisekhaya nje ngageza ngafani yami ngalala nga-meditate. I don't know ukuthi meditation izokuthini ngesiZulu. Mina yini i-meditation ngathi breathe in, breathe out, ngalala ifoni nje ngingafuni ukuthi ekuseni-ke angifonele cabanga ukuthi angiza bamesithole i-iPhone mangingena uthi obecabanga ujawuza ngangaphendula futhi ngazihambela ngazizala phansi ngangaphendula mina ngingasikhathi ngifonelile mani wena hhayi mina ngiyakwazi ukulalela uno mina ngifunze wena angithi mina ngifunze wena mina angithi nawe uyangihlonipha so nawe ngifanele ngihloniphe uno wakho so ngendlela ongihlonipha ngayo nami ngihloniphe ngayo even though uyisibhaxi ngazi why unqabile kodwa khona icala olenzile wena suhlala usasekhaya namanje ususekhaya usuyiphethe kahle amakhamera yami mkhosi uzophuma manje hayi sibhanqoza okay uyaphi kusasa ngizothini ngizothi manje nedlozi ziphumile umsebenzi umasaba uthi uyiphethe kahle lesi song usiphethe kahle uthi hayi ngisekhaya cha izolo esingabeni lo mntwana lo labantu abakuthanda ukuhamba yabona ke nato
Closing session. Okay, I assume that everyone who's supposed to be here is here. I see others strolling in. I would like to request that we invite the Honorable Vice Minister of China, the Honorable Qin, to come and join us here in front for the closing session. The Director General for Housing for All Mission, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs in India, to also come and join us here in front for the closing session. And then, of course, the host minister, the Honorable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Tembinga Meng, to also come and join us here in front for the closing session. Your Excellencies and Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a full 2 days of active engagements. We've had presentations and inputs being shared here from the different member states of BRICS. We've had a number of facilitated sessions where practical experiences were shared by the different presenters. But we did indicate when we started that ultimately we are going to come back when we close to look at how we develop a partnership for equitable, just transition for sustainable development. And that's the theme for this closing session. And we'll be giving opportunities to our leaders who assisted us yesterday during the opening session to give remarks, which then becomes our take home around how we take everything forward to make sure that we develop a partnership for equitable, just transition for sustainable urban development. Two of the speakers we will connect via video line. And we'll be starting with the Honorable Minister of Cities in Brazil, the Honorable Philo. I think this is going to be might be a recorded message. But I would like us to give this opportunity to the Honorable Minister of Brazil, the Honorable Philo, to give us his closing remarks and our take-home message as we come to the end of this two-day session. Technical team, please.
Eu quero cumprimentar a todos e a todas, em especial a senhora Thembi Nkadimeng, ministra da Governança Cooperativa e Assuntos Tradicionais da África do Sul. Em nome dela, quero cumprimentar todos os ministros e autoridades aí presentes. É uma honra e um prazer poder falar no encerramento do Fórum de Urbanização dos BRICS, junto a representantes dos países do Fórum do Governo Sul-Africano. Mais uma vez, peço desculpas por não poder estar presente em razão de dificuldades de agenda relacionada aos lançamentos de programas importantes para o desenvolvimento urbano brasileiro. Como eu disse ontem, desde que o presidente Lula assumiu o cargo no Brasil, temos restabelecido os princípios e tradições de nossa política de desenvolvimento em consonância com os princípios consagrados em nossa Constituição. E a pauta do desenvolvimento urbano e da sustentabilidade tem sido uma prioridade para o governo. A maior prova disso foi a recriação do Ministério das Cidades, o qual eu tenho a honra de chefiar. Coloco-me aqui como um amigo de todos os representantes dos países BRICS. Agradeço novamente à República da África do Sul pela dedicação à frente da presidência do BRICS. O Brasil assumirá a presidência do BRICS em 2025. Este evento e o empenho visto por parte da África do Sul é também uma oportunidade para aprendermos com nossos colegas sul-africanos e para acelerar nossa curva de aprendizado para o trabalho futuro. Os participantes do fórum tiveram a oportunidade de discutir durante as 6 sessões temáticas e a visita técnica sobre resiliência urbana, localização dos ODS, mudanças climáticas, habitação sustentável e eficiência urbana, entre outros assuntos. Todos esses temas são tratados com especial atenção pelo Ministério das Cidades. Ao encerrar minha participação neste fórum, e para ser breve, destaco aqui apenas algumas de nossas políticas públicas. O programa Minha Casa Minha Vida, por exemplo, é o Programa de Habitação Federal do Brasil, criado já em 2009 pelo presidente Lula e retomado em 2023. O programa oferece subsídio e taxa de juros abaixo do mercado para facilitar a aquisição de moradias populares e conjuntos habitacionais no Brasil. Ainda um desafio grande para a população mais vulnerável. O Minha Casa Minha Vida tem como meta contratar até 2026 2 milhões de moradias. O programa também tem um braço voltado para a eficiência energética em unidades habitacionais com apoio da Cooperação Técnica Internacional. O Ministério tem trabalhado na formulação da Política Nacional de Desenvolvimento Urbano, a PNDU, com o objetivo de reduzir as desigualdades socioespaciais, de forma a contribuir para que se equilibrem os benefícios e os ônus do processo de urbanização, sem perder de vista a questão da sustentabilidade. A PNDU seguirá a agenda nacional norteada pelos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Urbano Sustentável, ODS, com ações voltadas para o desenvolvimento urbano sustentável, construídas em conjunto com a sociedade e com comunidades nos mais diversos níveis federativos e em diferentes perfis de cidades brasileiras. Temos também a Carta Brasileira para Cidades Inteligentes, que explicita o conceito das cidades inteligentes para o Brasil e a agenda para a transformação digital das cidades brasileiras na perspectiva do desenvolvimento urbano sustentável. No Brasil, cidades inteligentes são cidades comprometidas com o desenvolvimento urbano e a transformação digital sustentável e em seus aspectos econômicos, ambiental e sociocultural. A mobilidade urbana é um tema de repercussão geral, que diz respeito não apenas à forma como a população se transporta no seu cotidiano, mas também à qualidade de vida das pessoas. Temos o intuito de formar uma rede única de transporte organizada com linhas e rotas que possa ter diferentes funções e modos de deslocamento e que possa ser universalizada. Assim, o Ministério das Cidades trabalha na construção de um novo marco legal de transporte público coletivo, de forma a aprimorar a Política Nacional de Mobilidade Urbana e a organizar uma rede de transporte público coletivo formada por modais e serviços de transporte complementares. Esse tema se insere também nas discussões nacionais sobre matrizes energéticas mais sustentáveis. Na área do saneamento, que no Brasil inclui 4 componentes: abastecimento de água potável, esgotamento sanitário, coleta de lixo e manejo de resíduos sólidos, e drenagem e manejo de águas pluviais urbanas, o governo federal anunciou medidas para estimular os investimentos públicos e privados no país, no âmbito do novo marco legal do saneamento, agora aprimorado. A nova regulamentação tem como objetivo garantir condições necessárias para a universalização dos serviços até 2033. Por fim, o Ministério criou, pela primeira vez na história do Brasil, uma Secretaria Nacional com políticas exclusivamente voltadas para as periferias e áreas vulneráveis, que atua de maneira transversal às políticas públicas do Ministério e com ações de prevenção de desastres, como, por exemplo, deslizamentos e erosão de encostas. A proeminência dessas políticas, bem como a de outras ações, demonstra a importância que o governo federal brasileiro dá aos temas ligados às cidades e aos assentamentos urbanos, e o amplo espaço de parceria para uma transição equitativa rumo ao desenvolvimento urbano sustentável. Estamos abertos ao intercâmbio de quaisquer experiências e políticas trazidas por este Fórum de Humanização e agradeço novamente pela oportunidade de participar deste relevante evento e da troca de experiência com os nossos parceiros do BRICS. Muito obrigado.
We thank the Honorable Minister, Honorable Filho, Minister of Cities in Brazil, for those closing remarks. The message is loud and clear from Brazil and what the emphasis is on. And the minister made it very clear what the key words are for Brazil as a partner in the BRICS family. Sustainable, 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 and working not only with, but for communities and societies, water and sanitation, the different elements that are associated with that, mobility and transport, which is suitable for an urban environment, and partnerships, public-private partnerships, looking at the experiences that can be shared between the different member nations of BRICS. Thanks once again to the Honorable Minister. We're going to now cross again, I think this will probably be a live link to the Russian Minister, First Deputy Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Russian Federation, the Honorable Lomakin. I hope that the connection is ready for the First Deputy Minister. Just a minute or two as they correct the sound. We don't have the sound at the moment. Are we ready to connect? Still no sound, Honorable Minister. Still no sound. Is it on the other side? When bands used to play live in the old days, they had something called check 1, 2. I don't know what it is called, but let's do check 1, 2. Is it okay? Okay. All right, as the matter is being attended to, the suggestion is that we move on to the next speaker, representative of the Government of India, the Director General, Mr. Narayan. We'll hand over to you at this point.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Presidency of South Africa for the successful organization of BRICS Urbanization Forum. We have had a fruitful discussions in these 2 days on various challenges being faced by BRICS countries in urbanization. The discussions range from water security to data management and human settlement and similar issues. All the delegates have enthusiastically participated in these discussions. These interactions presented us chance to think about innovative solutions from the experience of other cities. I'm sure that all delegates will concur with me on this issue. We reiterate our commitment for building resilient cities through effective governance, localizing sustainable development goals by aligning with our national priorities with globally sustainability agenda. The themes of the forum echo with our national priorities as well. We recognize that resilient cities are key to address climate change and disasters. While the cities are engines of economic growth, the national governments have to play an enabling role to help deliver equitable and inclusive growth in the cities. The BRICS Urbanization Forum is an important event in our annual calendar as we get to know the diverse perspective on addressing the urbanization challenges and building resilient cities from fellow developing countries, particularly of the same size and same type of cities. As we come to close to the conclusion of BRICS Urbanization Forum, again, let me point out that there are some specific areas of cooperation that we can highlight. We can leverage on India's experience and experience of other countries with each other on use of technology towards urban services management, be it waste management, be it wastewater management, let it be water supply, let it be housing and other urban services. We should create a network of urban local bodies of BRICS nations to share experiences for developing innovative solutions. As we discussed in these 2 days in various thematic sessions, of all the problems, some or the other city is solving in a way where other cities can learn. There are certainly potential partnerships in urban sectors such as energy efficiency, water efficiency, waste management, town planning, and spatial management. Furthermore, we need to devise innovative financing mechanism for enhancing financial strength of urban local bodies for sustainable urban development. Without financing, we cannot put any of our plans into action. And this is where we are we would like to learns something from South African cities as to what are your models about generating projects, where the projects also generate, if the federal government gives money, if they can generate funds on their own, about public private partnership. This is something good, this is something for good for all of our cities. And we should agree for partnership to support each other during natural disasters, which are anyway increasing day by day. We are seeing a lot of such events. So seeing them, we have lot of areas of cooperation which we can think about, because sustainability is not a choice. Sustainability is not a option. Sustainability is only way to survive and thrive our this planet, this humanity. As we come close to the conclusion of Urbanization Forum, allow me once again to thank Government of South Africa for inviting us to beautiful city of Durban and enjoy the warm hospitality and culture. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
We thank Mr. Narayan for the closing remarks on behalf of the government of India. And he has been very consistent throughout the 2 days that we have been meeting here. And he's once again emphasized the importance of partnerships between the countries in BRICS, experiences that can be learned from India in terms of technology, experiences that can be learned in terms of innovation across the different sectors that he has mentioned, such as energy efficiency, and how we can partner with one another to share experiences in that regard. What we'll have to do now at this stage, honorable participants, as well as okay. I see that, are you saying ready or not ready? Not ready. Okay. The connection with the Honorable Minister from Russia is not ready yet. So what we'll do is we'll continue with the Honorable Vice Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development in China, the Honorable Chin, who is here with us to give closing remarks.
尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，2023年金砖国家城镇化论坛今天下午即将圆满落幕。首先呢，我谨代表中国住房和城乡建设部热烈祝贺本次论坛取得圆满的成功。通过2天的论坛，金砖5国主管部门的负责人和专家学者围绕推进加强城市韧性建设的主题，就各国城市韧性发展的治理体系、行动举措、经验案例以及可持续发展、应对气候变化、水韧性城市、人类住区和基础数据、基础设施和数据的应用等方面进行了深入的研讨，进一步增进了我们大家的互信，凝聚了共识，加强互鉴，扩大合作。今年呢是金砖国家开启务实合作的17周年。17年来，金砖国家合作的影响已经超越我们金砖5国的范畴，成为促进世界经济增长、推动全球治理体系改革和建设中一支积极、稳定、建设性的力量。 习近平主席在金砖国家领导人第14次会晤时指出，金砖这艘大船乘风破浪，勇毅前行，走出了一条相互砥砺、合作共赢的人间正道。金砖国家城镇化论坛自2013年首次举办以来，现在呢已经成功举办了7届，有效促进了金砖各国的城市发展领域的交流与合作，成为5国共谋城市可持续发展之路的重要平台。去年，中国住房和城乡建设部以线上方式主办了城镇化论坛，各国政府相关部门交流分享了应对城镇化挑战、推动城市高质量发展的政策和经验，取得良好效果。展望未来，中方愿与金砖国家一道，为提升金砖国家城镇化论坛的影响力，深化城市发展领域金砖合作不懈努力。今年的6月，中国住房和城乡建设部部长倪虹先生在金砖国家建设主管部门非正式会议上提出了有关的建议。借此机会呢，我们再次提出以下的倡议：第一，进一步发挥金砖国家城镇化论坛的作用。我提议我们金砖5国建设部门建立会谈机制，共同打造高规格、高层次、高水平的论坛。可以将城镇化论坛固定为部长级的定期交流机制，或者我们打造新的平台，举办金砖国家建设部长圆桌会议。建议大家策划好每年论坛的主题和相关活动，通过研讨交流和分享各个国家的城市发展案例，共同推动城市高质量发展，增进人民福祉。第二，进一步扩大金砖国家城镇化论坛的影响力。自习近平主席2017年提出金砖加的合作理念以来，金砖加模式不断深化拓展，成为新兴市场国家和发展中国家开展南南合作、实现联合自强的典范。进一步推进金砖外围对话和金砖加合作的内容，也纳入了金砖国家领导人第14次会晤成果文件《北京宣言》。我们提议今后邀请金砖5国之外的其他新兴市场国家和发展中国家参与城镇化论坛的活动，提升论坛在全球治理中的影响力，深化论坛的成果应用，让更多的发展中国家能够借鉴和分享金砖5国的好经验、好做法，为促进全球城市可持续发展注入新的动力。第三，进一步推动城镇化领域的全方位合作交流。金砖5国虽然山海相隔，国情不同，但都面临着快速城镇化带来的巨大挑战和前所未有的机遇，需要我们共同增强信心，携手同心，构建更加全面、紧密、务实、包容的高质量伙伴关系。我们提议金砖国家积极响应联合国人机署倡导的和积极参加世界城市日的活动， 利用好联合国的平台，在城镇化发展的政策、行动、标准、案例等方面进行更加深入的交流互鉴，开展更有长效的务实合作，争取每次论坛呢形成一批具有影响力的成果，为全球城市可持续发展合作注入稳定性和正能量。女士们、先生们，我们推动城镇化和城市建设更高质量、更有效率、更加公平、更可持续、更为安全的发展。中方期待同金砖各国一道，秉持开放包容、合作共赢的金砖精神，强化共识，提高凝聚力，携手推动城市可持续发展，让金砖合作造福5国人民，为推动构建人类命运共同体做出积极贡献。最后，对本次论坛的主办方南非联合执政和传统事务部以及德班市的精心组织和周到安排表示衷心的感谢，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Chin. There is a recommendation for the expansion of the reach and the influence of BRICS Urbanization Forum to make sure that we reach out and invite other emerging markets and developing nations. There is also a proposal that we should look at a platform where our infrastructure institutions can actually have an opportunity to come together and share experiences. But most importantly, cooperation, cooperation, cooperation across all the member states. I'm told that Moscow is ready for us. I'm just anxious that we don't have an interruption as we move to generator at 4 o'clock. But I think let's try the connection with Moscow. Just as I said that, then it goes blank. Are we going to be able to connect to Moscow?
Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Как слышно меня?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Коллеги, еще раз рад поприветствовать вас и искренне поблагодарить всех коллег за активное участие в работе форума, а Южноафриканскую Республику поблагодарить за усилия по подготовке и проведению такого важного мероприятия. Считаю, что основная цель форума – укрепление партнерских отношений, обмен передовым опытом и специальными знаниями – была достигнута. Последовательная работа в формате БРИКС – один из путей к обеспечению безопасности и стабильности, комплексного социально-экономического развития во всем мире. При этом главная задача состоит в объединении усилий ради обеспечения устойчивого развития, технологической безопасности и экологического равновесия. Прошедший форум стал еще одним небольшим шагом на пути к общей цели. И в этом заслуга руководителей и экспертов, профессиональный уровень которых достоин высочайшей оценки. Состоявшийся в ходе форума обмен экспертными мнениями по различным аспектам организации городского хозяйства на качественно новом уровне чрезвычайно полезен для всех сторон. Он позволяет не только взглянуть по-новому на собственные разработки, сравнить их с опытом партнеров и позаимствовать друг у друга лучшее, но и создает общее пространство для выработки совместных концептуальных и технологических решений. Надеюсь, что полученные знания и взаимный интерес стимулируют специалистов наших стран продолжить сотрудничество в рабочем порядке и в межсессионный период. Убежден, что такое взаимодействие должно неизбежно вылиться в разработку и запуск новых современных совместных проектов. Кроме того, прошедший форум в очередной раз подтвердил, у всех стран-участниц объединения БРИКС имеется огромный экономический и научный потенциал для разработки инноваций, технологий и управленческих решений при достижении целей устойчивого развития. Объединив наши возможности, мы способны в кратчайшие сроки не только успешно реализовать уже действующие национальные программы, прежде всего по обеспечению граждан доступным жильем, конечно же, но и запустить новые программы, подразумевающие высокотехнологическое и наукоемкое строительство, инновационный подход к организации городской среды. Ведь именно от наших сегодняшних усилий во многом зависит и картина будущего мира, и условия жизни тех, кто придет нам на смену завтра. В завершении хотел бы отметить, что в следующем году Российская Федерация примет эстафету председательства в БРИКС. Мы намерены продолжить работу по выработке общих подходов к развитию городской среды. Как мы уже отмечали в течение 2 дней форума, планируем уделять большое внимание именно практическим аспектам профильного взаимодействия, особенно по следующим, на наш взгляд, ключевым направлениям. Это цифровизация городского хозяйства, формирование комфортной городской среды на основе индекса качества городской среды, содействие развитию образовательных и научных контактов, активное участие в крупных международных мероприятиях, проводимых странами БРИКС, а также привлечение инвесторов из стран БРИКС, в том числе для реализации проектов в строительном секторе. Безусловно, данный перечень может быть расширен. Вновь отмечаю, что Министерство строительства и жилищно-коммунального хозяйства Российской Федерации открыто для любых инициатив и заинтересовано в деловом сотрудничестве. Желаю всем участникам форума дальнейших успехов и благополучия. Благодарю за внимание. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Lomatin from Russian Federation. As they take over the chairpersonship, there's a commitment there to sustain the work that has been initiated already, pursue a number of sectoral collaboration efforts, specific examples that have been given there, such as digitization, such as education and scientific knowledge, such as working together on international events where there will be a sharing of experiences. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to invite the host minister, the Honorable Tembing Gadimeng. It's a candlelit closing session. Is the microphone going to continue to work? It's still working. Okay. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think there's no better way of closing this session than dimming the lights. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Menomusa Dube in absentia, President of SALGA, Councillor Bheki Stofile, and the entire delegation from the South African Local Government Association, our international partners from the big BRICS countries, Mr. from Russia, Mr. Namakim, Mr. Narayan, our Director General from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in India, and our Vice Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development from China, Mr. Hai Xiang. My colleagues, the Deputy Ministers, Traditional Affairs, Zolile Marshall, and Deputy Minister Park Stow, the Chairperson of the House of Tradition. All, ensuring that no one is left behind, irrespective of their social and economic backgrounds. As the world, it is in the midst of a significant transformation. The concept of a just transition is increasingly taking the center stage. And so our country's transition to low carbon economies, we must acknowledge the urgent need to achieve a just transition in our respective countries. By embracing renewable energy, circular economies, and sustainable practices, we can mitigate the negative impact of urbanization on the environment, whilst also ensuring a harmonious coexistence between nature and our cities, thereby strengthening the resilience to withstand climatic shocks on our areas. As we strive for progress and development, we must also ensure that no one is left behind, as I have said. Our efforts to build resilient cities must be underpinned by social equity, ensuring that every citizen, regardless of their background, have equal access to opportunities, services, and dignified standards of living. I'm particularly encouraged by the innovative solutions to human settlement and alternative infrastructure provision demonstrated in the sessions of today. The challenges posed by urbanization are not confined to national borders, but by uniting as the BRICS bloc, we possess the strength to address these issues collectively, drawing from our diverse experiences and innovative ideas. Our ability to collaborate and share knowledge will be key in tackling the common challenges and unlocking the new possibilities for our urban landscapes. It is heartening to witness the exchange of best practices and the formation of partnerships that have taken place over the past 2 days. As government representing our respective countries, we have a crucial leadership and policy formulation role to play. Let us capitalize on these connections to develop robust strategies that integrate sustainability, ensures resilience, but are also imperative for a just transition in ensuring our urban planning and governance systems are aligned. By learning from each other, we can surely accelerate progress towards these shared objectives. As we return to our nations, partnership and let us be agents of change, advocating for policy that prioritizes the well-being of our urban and rural communities, but ultimately protecting our planet. By working hand in hand, we can inspire others and build a network of like-minded nations committed for greater good. In closing, I extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of our country, South Africa, to all our distinguished BRICS delegates for joining us for our valuable contributions, for their valuable contributions as well in this forum. We thank our session facilitators and panel members for your valuable contribution as well on various thematic sessions that we held yesterday and today. Your insight have enriched our collective understanding, and it has advanced, strengthened, and assisted us in building and developing our notions for urban resilience, and have equally shed light on how innovative approaches can be implemented in urban water resilience projects, human settlements, and alternative infrastructure provision, and have also brought to the fore the critical role of data as a critical component of urban infrastructure and foundational resource to enhance the effectiveness and productivity of urban environment. It has also enlightened the House in ensuring that we also mobilize resources to a common goal of ensuring that we prepare for bad and worse climatic conditions. Program Director would not be correct not to say thank you to you for overseeing the proceedings for the past 2 days. You navigated us with utmost professionalism and skill. Of course, some of the decisions were taken from your head individually in your own meeting. To our participants, thank you for attending and for your meaningful contribution as well. We thank the event organizers, the Durban ICC, for making BRICS Urbanization Forum possible. We also thank the city of eThekwini, Ekakasin, for being such a hospitable host, who have also made sure that their support, collaboration, and partnership also made this fora possible. Our work has just commenced. Let us move forward with determination towards implementation and ensuring that the key resolutions that this forum has arrived at and developed the partnerships for a more resilient and a sustainable urban future, knowing that decisions we made today and yesterday will only shape our cities for tomorrow and to be better. Together, I have got no doubt we can build a legacy of progress and leave a lasting positive impact for the lives of our citizens today, but equally for the generation of our children and their children's children that are yet to come. I wish you all safe travels as you head back to your respective countries, respective provinces, and respective municipalities. May we continue our journey together in advancing, strengthening, and building urban resilience with unwavering commitment and unity. I thank you all. Ngiyabonga.
We thank the Honorable Minister and tokens of appreciation to Thank you very much. I've been advised by the organizing team that the presentations are being uploaded on our website. So it's www.cocta.gov.za, which is the web page of our ministry. And then you look for the BRICS Urbanization Forum logo, and the presentations are uploaded there as they are received. Those who have not as yet forwarded their presentations to the team, please do so, so that they can also be uploaded. This brings us to the end, ladies and gentlemen. Please just remember that one of the BRICS member countries is hosting the Netball World Cup, which is the first time in the history of the World Cup that a country in Africa is hosting netball. So please support our girls tomorrow. We're starting tomorrow. We're going to beat Wales tomorrow. So support us as we face Wales tomorrow. But other than that, thank you so much. Travel messages as you go back to your respective destinations from us is thank you and goodbye. There'll be a live performance after this. Thank you.
Should we? Should I?
impinge yakho mathandulwa enganwena wabale wemathandulwa ngithi impinge yakho mathandulwa ngithi impinge yakho mtothandulwa enganwena wabale hey wemathandulwa hey impinge yakho mathandulwa impinge yakho mathandulwa enganwena wabale hey wemathandulwa Wotbekela nanga thinta mabhubesi
iyo le ndoda esakhe nayo yasikhonkothenja yasikhonkothenja sihlushwa iyo le ndoda esakhe bathi yasikhonkothenja sihlushwa iyo le ndoda esakhe nayo yasikhonkothenja
Eyagwabanda entombi emhlophe ethe qwa, eyagwabanda. Eyagwabanda entombi emhlophe ethe qwa, eyagwabanda. Eyagwabanda, eyagwabanda entombi emhlophe ethe qwa. Ngithi eyagwabanda. Ngithi eyagwabanda entombi emhlophe ethe qwa. Yayihamba nezinye lentombi emhlophe ethe qwa. Ngiyakuthanda, ngiyakuthanda wena ntombi, ntombazane ngikuthanda njengena, ntombazane ngikuthanda wena ntombi, ngiyakuthanda, uyazi ngiyakuthanda, ngiyakuthanda ntombazane ngikuthanda wena ntombi, ngiyakuthanda, uyazi ngiyakuthanda, ngiyakuthanda ntombazane ngikuthanda njenge. Awu mina ntombazane ngikuthanda njengemali. Ntombazane ngikuthanda njenge. Awu mina ntombazane ngikuthanda njengemali. Ntombazane ngikuthanda njenge. Mina ntombazane ngikuthanda njengemali. Ntombazane ngikuthanda. Wena ntombi ngiyakuthanda. Ntombazane, ntombazane ngikuthanda njengemali. Ladumezulu wezulele phezulu, bathe ushilo kaNdaba akasho, bathi uyawa thinta amazwi esilungu. Ladumezulu akashongo, ladumezulu
Ushilo kandabangasho uyawathinta amazinyazi wesuleli phethu ushilo kandabangasho uyawathinta amazinyazi lathumisa wesuleli phethu ushilo kandabangasho uyawathinta amazinyazi lathumisa wesuleli phethu ushilo kandabangasho uyawathinta amazinyazi
Toko khulumya ayasebenza manje
awutoko khulumya
Ethiwe toko khulumya
ayasebenza manje toko khulumya ayasebenza manje
Ethiwe toko khulumya
ayasebenza manje ayasebenza manje ayasebenza manje toko khulumya 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 ayasebenza
Record mina manje. Awusina la. Ngifuna kube live streaming yami. Ngifuna bangibone live. Sazama ukuphela. Hayibo.